All right, guys. Sorry, still muted there for a minute. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. I hope everybody is doing well today. We have quite a bit to go over and cover when it comes to PlayStation and the Sony side of things. The 1 minute was for the stream to start. Yeah, sorry, I'm running a little bit behind. A little bit behind. Not by a lot. But Unknown says padded room rant. Let's go. I don't know if there's going to be much of a rant today. I did a lot of ranting yesterday, a lot of complaining. I'm in a better mood today, definitely. So, oh, they dropped a new Superman trailer. I didn't catch it yet. Think it looks good. Chris, what's up, man? Day's going pretty. So I actually have a bit of a story to tell you guys. I woke up to something very unusual and disturbing, just flat out disturbing, honestly. Yeah, it's funny because I was gonna say like, oh yeah, it's just like any other day, but no, something happened today that was definitely not normal. I'll tell you what it is in a moment. Let more people kind of file in here. You're about to mow some grass, Michael? Well, have fun with that, man. No Astral Realm. No, this is Earth Realm. You found an Xbox in the trash on the way home? Actually, no, but it does involve trash to a degree. It does. Michael, that just sounds cursed, bro. I've seen Boozer. Booze man. Yeah. I'm like freaked out today. I don't know. I'll tell you what happened in just a minute, but I will let you know we're going to be talking about a lot of different stuff that Sony said today or recently. I guess it was today, technically. Hellbound, what's going on, man? Garrett, what's up? Anthony, what's going on? Appreciate you guys joining me. Yeah, we're going to be breaking down Sony's earnings and not so much focused. I mean, the numbers we're going to talk about a little bit, but I want to focus more on what Sony revealed about their shift. I suspected they were going to say something in this regard, and they didn't give too much detail. They might soon, but there is apparently I'm not kidding when I tell you that, like, well, I don't know why I word it that way. They're saying, like, quote, a cultural shift with the new leadership. And this is significant because I had anticipated that we might start to hear something about this because we have a new CEO, a new head of Sony Interactive Entertainment, and it's a new era of PlayStation. Whether or not it will be a good or bad or meh era, we don't know. We can only speculate, but we are learning something. We are learning a couple of very important things. Sony also did talk about the price point of the PS5 and how they may need to increase it, and we'll go over exactly what they're saying. I did put a video out covering this stuff, but obviously this stuff warrants a greater discussion. Michael Lynch says with a $5 chat, he's taken a break from cutting his grass, says, in reference to the new PlayStation Studio, I learned what frog games are. Free roaming, open world games. And we thought we were getting Frogger. Wow. Well, Michael, I have to thank you for bringing this to my attention and doing your due diligence here, because I actually had no idea that's what it's. I'm not kidding when I say that, yeah, I thought they were legitimately talking about Frogger as like some type of inspiration. But you're saying it stands for free roaming open world games. That makes a lot more sense, actually. A lot more sense when it comes to the description of their game. So, Michael, thank you so much. If you had not told me that, I legit would have just went on probably for the remainder of my life thinking they were just referencing Frogger. Fred, you're saying, MEG, are you or the missus listening to the new Sleep Token album, even in Arcadia? Yeah, we've both been listening to it. I gave it a full listen the other day when I was working out, and I'm not sure if she heard everything yet. I know she likes that song Provider, but yeah, man, Sleep Token's back. And this, as is usually the case with new albums from bands I like, I'm gonna have to listen to it a couple times to before it really starts to click. That's usually how it goes for me. The last song they put, I forget the name of the song, but the final song on that album, it's like 8 or almost like 9 minutes long or something. Especially like the last 2 minutes that play. Oof in a good way. Really digging that. Um, and that one single they put out, I forget the name of it. Infinite Baths. There you go. The single that they put out, I can't remember the names of the songs, but the end, they have like a minute long saxophone solo. Oh my God. Oh my God. Is it Caramel? Is that either way? I'm digging most of the album so far, but I gotta give it a couple more listens. Hey, MBG, did you ever get the direct dono I sent on Sunday? You don't need to read it. I just want to make sure it went through. Masochist mode. Let me go check. I'm sorry about that, bro. I must have gotten it. Maybe I didn't hear it go through. Hold on. I gotta do a better job at listening out for that. Oh, damn, Masochist mode. I'm so sorry, bro. You dropped $25 too. Wow. My apologies. My apologies. I will absolutely read it. It's the least I could do. I'm late. I should read it twice. You're saying the Xbox guys are mad at the current state of Xbox when they start attacking sacred symbols. Oh, is that what's going on, Masochist mode? They're attacking sacred symbols now? I mean, I listen to Sacred Symbols usually on a weekly basis. I do enjoy that show. Yeah, I guess it's kind of not surprising in a way, you know? That's sad though. It's not surprising because I'll tell you, man, the past couple of months I've been seeing some wild stuff. I mean, it's been wild, but it's just it feels like incrementally it's just getting more and more heated out there. And I sometimes find myself getting roped into it or being more influenced or affected by it than I would like to be. But yeah, sacred symbols, they're usually totally in the clear with that type of stuff. I wonder what is it if you get the opportunity, give me a little bit more detail. Like what exactly is going down, cuz that's I don't know, man. People just got to calm down out there. Like really. They got to calm down. Things aren't perfect. They're never going to be. We can criticize. But Masochist mode again. I'm sorry, man. I can't believe you said you sent that on Sunday too. Oh wow, yeah. I really apologize. I'm usually not. That's very unusual of me. You sent that on May 11th, so I really do apologize for being late to that, man. And that was a $25 direct donation too. It was on Twitter. People were calling out Colin Moriarty for only talking about Xbox. Oh my god. Oh, you know what? I think I actually do know to a degree. When I was listening to their latest episode, he was covering some news relating to Xbox, which pertained to PlayStation. And he kind of mentioned that, I think, where he didn't like mention Twitter specifically, I don't think. But he kind of went on a little bit of a small rant, seemed like he was frustrated because he's getting flack for covering Xbox or whatever. And, he said the exact same thing that I would say, or I've been saying, and from the, because I get messages like that from people too, where it's like, bro, like, what are you talking about? Like, Microsoft is now a major integral part of not just PlayStation and like from the gamer side, like PlayStation gamers now interacting with Xbox games on their platform, but even from a business side, like all around, dude. I mean, just 360 degrees. Microsoft is now a vital part of the conversation, whether you like it or not. Is a different, whether you want to hear people talk about Xbox, and that's fine. Like, I feel like if people were expressing, like, man, I did see this talking about tweets. There was this one tweet where somebody was like, can somebody refer me to a PlayStation podcast that literally just talks about PlayStation? Like nothing else. And I'm like, good, like that. If that exists today, that's kind of crazy because I don't know how that could exist. Like Gears of War was just announced for PlayStation. Like how do you walk around that? Like you can if you want, and I've thought about that before. I'm like, I could just pretend Xbox doesn't exist, but to me that's almost kind of weird where it's like, why wouldn't you want to know about some of this stuff? You know what I mean? Like one day you're going to boot up your PlayStation and Gears of War is just going to be sitting there. You not want to know about that? I mean, I guess you don't have to. But yeah, I definitely see people on, the Xbox side of things. I see it on the PlayStation side too, but because of my position on the internet, I see it more so on the Xbox side where there's still Xbox players where like even today I'm going to talk to you about what I mean, who talk about Microsoft like they're the big winner. And it's like it's the competition, like the game is over and Sony did win. Sony and Nintendo, to be clear, both won. But if we're talking about competition, the game was being played between Sony and Microsoft and Sony won. Now the game is over. They're shaking hands and they're saying, we don't need to play that game anymore. We can play a different game now. Well, actually, we don't need to play any games at all. Now we can just make money. And that's the reality. And people don't see that. I know a lot of you do, but I'm going to cover one thing in particular today that will illustrate exactly what I mean, where there are some people that they see the shift that Sony is making or they're going to make in the coming years, which they're setting up for it now. And they're going to be like, oh, so they're copying Microsoft. And it's like, you don't understand, do you? Like, you just can't get it through your head. And we'll talk about that. But Masochist Mode, thank you so much for that 25 direct donation, man. And Corey, what's up, dude? Shift. Yeah, we're talking about the shift. Listen, before we go over anything, just a couple of things to cover here. First off, thank you guys for joining me. Joining the conversation. Take a moment, hit that like button. If you enjoy the streams, if you want to just contribute in any way, the easiest way is to hit that like button. Not only does it let me know you enjoy the content, it helps push the streams out there. We're getting new people into the streams. I've been following my analytics and looking at all the telemetry and whatnot. And I can tell you that you guys are definitely making a difference. Those of you who are hitting the like button, consider supporting the channel. You guys went crazy with the membership gifting yesterday, which is phenomenal and fantastic to see. So thank you so much for that. But, if you want to keep that going, we'll hit 25 members, hopefully. Feed Boss some treats, super chats, direct donos, all that stuff. It all helps tremendously. You guys power the channel in that way. I want to tell you just a really short story before we talk more about PlayStation, something that happened to me today. And yes, Corey Boss is here. He's looking out the window. I don't know why. I guess he's just enjoying the scenery out there right now. Something happened to me this morning. So, I was in here working away, doing what I usually do. I was getting my stuff prepped to make a video before I put together my stream. And Megan calls me on the phone about like a minute after she left the house to go drop our son off at school. And I was like, well, that's unusual. So I answered it right away. And I'm like, what's up? And she's like, there's some kind of dead animal in our backyard. And I was like, immediately in my mind, I'm like, what is it, like a mouse or a bird or what? And she's like, it's really big. And I'm like, what do you mean? What, are you sure it's dead? Like, what kind of animal is it? And she's like, I don't know. It looks like a fox or something like that. And I'm like, oh, Jesus. Now it's like pouring rain outside too, to make matters worse. So it's like, a gray, dark day. And apparently it's just a big ass dead animal in my backyard that I didn't even know about. And she was like, well, I got to go take him to school. So go check it out. And I'm like, okay, well, I need to be prepared in case this thing is not dead. And, it was sad though, because when I went back there, I keep my trash bins in front of my garage, um, just for easier access. I gotta get lids though. Either get lids or put them in the garage because yeah, it's May, weather's changing, it's attracting animals. And there was just yeah this big ass animal. Dude. It was big. I'm like, I was like, is that a dog? I was like, holy shit, that looks or maybe like a big ass cat or something. And I went, to inspect it closer, and it was a raccoon. It didn't quite look like a raccoon though, because its fur looked discolored. It looked like brown or whatever. But it was a raccoon, and it definitely looked dead. It was just lying there, but there were no obvious wounds or anything. So I was a little confused. I'm like, but yeah, I was like surprised how big it is. I'm like, dude, that's a big animal. Like, I mean, it was like this big, dude. It's just laying there, and it was definitely in close proximity to my trash cans. Boss assassinated the raccoon. No, it didn't bite me. I kept my distance, and I was trying to, like, I was like looking at it real close, trying to see if it was like breathing, and it wasn't breathing. And again, it definitely looked dead. So I'm just looking at it like, well, what do I do now? Like I have it's like a giant ass raccoon, and so the only thing I could think to do, I was like, I I don't want to touch it. I'm like, I'm not touching this thing. I don't know if it's got, yeah, I don't know how it died. I don't know if it had rabies. That's what I did. Like I got the shovel, and I like got the trash bin. I'm like, I'm just gonna put it in the bin. I literally don't know what to do. So I'm gonna put it in the bin, and it was very uncomfortable. I'm like, I was like getting scared. Like, what if it's actually, no, I did not save the pelt, bro. I wasn't touching it. So what I ended up doing is I had to just kind of use the shovel to put it in the bin, and I just kept waiting at any moment for it to like wake up and attack me. Should have buried it. I mean, I don't know. Is that what I should have done? But luckily, Megan knew what to do. She called the town because I guess that's like technically what you're supposed to do with stuff like this. And they were like, we need to know, like, is it dead or is it alive? And I'm like, it's dead. Like, it's dead. And they're like, okay, we're gonna come pick it up, basically, because we were like asking, like, do we just like, is it okay to throw out this dead animal? And they're like, we'll come get it for you. So they came around, and these two guys show up. I guess they were, they're part of the township, and they're really nice. And the one dude, he's like, are you MBG? I'm like, no, he didn't really say that, but he's like, you're sure it's dead? Because if it's not, I'm gonna be running in your house. And I'm like, well, I'll be running there with you. I'm pretty sure it's dead. And he's like, all right, I'm just gonna grab the bin and bring it out. And they had like this truck or whatever. And he grabs the bin, he brings it out front, and he pulls up to the truck. And this other dude comes out. This big dude gets out. He's got this big beard. He's got like a cigar. He's like got a stogie or whatever. And he's like looking at us. And the one guy was like, he's like, all right, I'm gonna like lift the bin up, and we're gonna like use a shovel or whatever. And the other big dude, just grabs it by its feet and just like chucks it over into the truck. And I was like, okay. I'm like, okay, you guys, I guess job, yeah. Well, I mean, what a legend, bro. Job well done. This is it. He didn't even check. He didn't even check to see if it was alive. But anyway, and they drove off, and I don't know what they did with it, but that was my morning. Yeah, I thought he was gonna look at me and say, "Catch, bro." This is a guy who cares no more. I mean, he looked like he was out of a movie, dude. Dude, I don't know. You can't eat an animal that's got rabies, right? Anyway, I know that wasn't PlayStation related. Well, maybe it is. Maybe this is just one giant metaphor for Microsoft and Xbox, But Michael Lynch with the chat says, my cat keeps bringing in live lizards from the backyard. I keep telling him we already have car insurance. Dude, you know what's funny with what you're saying, Michael? Me and Megan have been watching House every night, and we still get ads even though we're subscribed to Amazon Prime or whatever. But there's this Geico commercial that comes on with the gecko or whatever, and there's always this one that comes on. He's like, "Here's the trick. The trick is eye contact," and he just stares at the screen for like 10 or 15 seconds. It's the most awkward advertisement I've ever seen. I'm like, you guys need to stop. Whatever this is, stop it immediately. But anyway, maybe you know what? Actually, maybe that's more of an analogy or a metaphor for what Sony did to or what's maybe what Sucker Punch did to God damn it, Sly Cooper. Oh man, now just depressed. RE9 confirmed. Hold on. Is this breaking news? Hanzo, you can't come in like that, bro. All right, I'm not seeing anything. So, rumor maybe. Sony took the shovel to Sly. Oof. Did it eat the mold in your garbage? You could have made a sweet fur hat for your channel. Look, I don't know how I come off to you guys. I'm not the kind of dude that's going to be making a you know, like, oh, I found a dead raccoon in my backyard and I made a sweet hat from it. Like, I'm not that guy. In another life, maybe I was that guy or could be that guy, but I'm not that guy, bro. I'm the guy that's like, yo, you want to take this and chuck it in your truck and take it off of my hands and get it out of my backyard? That's the guy I am. Do I come off as a lumberjack type? Maybe the lumberjack that has the tree fall on him accidentally. Actually, speaking of which, the tree in my front yard, it's getting a little overgrown. Like it's at this point where it's like, can I take care of this myself, or am I gonna have to call somebody? It's getting a little crazy out there. Didn't know you lived in Raccoon City. Oh, Hanzo, I just got it. Oh, damn. Okay, Hanzo, bro, I just put that together. Hanzo's like, bro, didn't get it. All right, call a real man. I need a man's man. Hanzo's like, geez, bro. Anyway. All right. So just, keeping you guys up to date with what's going on around the home, around my property. Have a whole nother, I'm not going to tell this story now, but I got a whole nother story about the poison ivy that's going on. Like I said, I basically live in a freaking jungle, so. You think I'm more Chris than Leon? I would say I'm probably more Chris than Leon, but I don't know if I'm quite punching a boulder Chris though. Not sure that I'm that level of Chris. Michael, that's the second time you've used that emoji, and it's maybe even more effective the second time. All right, guys, let's shift gears here, and now that we got more people in, we're gonna talk about what's going on with PlayStation. MBG reset era info at the point in time last year where the leaks in Chinese form. Sony stated play right now. It's nothing. Gamatsu's Sal Romano couldn't find anything yet. Dior, hopefully I'm saying your name correctly, Dior. Do you think you could try to... So are you trying to say that there are people who we would consider insiders trying to dig to find anything on a state of play and they can't find anything on one coming up? Did they inform you if you dispose of a raccoon in that manner, you become cursed and will forever return to you searching for solace? Oh my God. What? Okay, bro. I wouldn't be surprised. It does sound like that type of situation I just ran into could lead to somehow me getting cursed. But, I didn't mean any ill will. I felt bad for the raccoon, bro. Saying there isn't anything from Chinese leakers saying anything about a showcase or state of play. Sal Romano is the owner of Gamatsu. He didn't find anything in that forum yet, so people believe there could be nothing in May. Yeah, so we are going to cover a lot of different quotes that came from Sony during their earnings that I think are pretty important to go over, but I hate to say it, man. Like, I really do, and I hope Sony ends up surprising us, but I'm not even trying to give up hope. It's just like I'm starting to think that, yeah, they're not doing anything because there's what is very unusual is kind of what you're saying, that by this point in time, somebody, even just one person who has some kind of track record, who has some merit, right, would be saying that there is a, there is a state of play coming at like the end of the month, or they're planning one now or something like that. We're not hearing anything. Please stop doom and grooming PlayStation. I can only assume you meant glooming. Yeah, I know Jeff Grubb hasn't said anything, and I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, it's possible that somehow it just isn't leaking, but I don't know. It's unusual. It is unusual, man. I will say. Well, Garrett, see, that's the one thing that I am still kind of holding on to a little bit is Jeff Grubb did say at the beginning of this year that currently, or at that time, Sony was planning something for the summer. They just were unsure if they wanted to do a, a state of play or a showcase. And that's true too. Like, everybody's waiting for Jeff Grubb, but if I'm not mistaken, he's doing a whole thing with Giant Bomb right now. There's a whole situation that went down with them. So maybe he just wasn't able to, get in contact with anybody. But let's, we'll see if they end up doing a state of play or a showcase. We'll just remain patient, and, any day now we could end up hearing something from like a rumor or even just an announcement from Sony themselves. Maybe Sony realizes the only people pining for the shows are the YouTube people in the chats. How spiteful would Sony have to be? They'd have to be like next level spiteful to be like, you know what, guys? We just don't like you. We're not doing it just to spite you. MBG, this is for you, bro. You get nothing. But let's go over the shift that Sony's announced. So there's a couple things to cover here. And I do want to preface this by saying this is not going to be like a doom and gloom stream. Like, there will be positives, there will be negatives, but really the point of this conversation today is to try to gain a better understanding of what direction Sony is going in under the new leadership, why they're going in that direction, and speculate whether or not we think it's a good direction or a misguided one, and everything in between. Maybe a reality check. Yeah, I mean, we are going to be looking at data. Now, involved in this conversation will be a couple of other people's opinions and thoughts that I've come across that I may or may not agree with. And we have Dragonite dropping a member gift on you guys. Dragonite wants to get the party started. He says, this is for Sly, bro. We know you found Sly in your backyard, unfortunately. Thank you for that, Dragonite. We also have, let me see. William, you're saying, MBG, I'm reserving my opinion on what they actually intend to do with the MAU shift until after the Games and Network Service Business segment meeting in June. Did they confirm it's going to be in June, William? Wow, that seems a bit later than usual. Or maybe it's not. I feel like it's usually in May. Yeah, I mean, that's probably the better way to go about it. And I am going to make it known that, everything I say after we go over the actual quotes is just speculation until they do, more give us more info. And Corey the Legend comes in and drops another 5 for you guys. Xbox putting games on PlayStation as Xbox fans 9/11. Oh, man. Digital dude coming in saying the craziest shit as always. That's wild. That's a wild one. But either way, Corey, thank you so much.
I'm no hero.
I'm going to add that.
Never was.
To the counter.
Never will be.
Good stuff. Good stuff. We'll see if we can make it to that 25 mark. We have Prince G, a member for 14 months, saying MBG killed our beloved Sly. It wasn't me, bro. I found him that way. Sony did this. This is Sony's fault. Insert the Eric Andre meme. How could Sony do this? Or how could the fans do this to Sly Cooper? All right. So, first things first. Let's talk about, I would say, a positive. I think this is a positive. I mean, it really depends on how you look at it. Sony broke a record. Pretty significant one. And Dragon Knight comes in and drops another 5 memberships on you guys. Dragon Knight wants to add to the counter here, bringing us up to 11. He wants to keep that train going. Dragon Knights, let's go. Says, let's go. With an agonizing scream. Dragon Knight, thank you so much for that, buddy. They officially announced that the business segment meeting is in June. Did they give an actual like day, or are they going to give that later on? But I will definitely be checking that out. And William, do you think that could have any correlation with a show maybe? Maybe that's why we haven't heard anything yet. Maybe it's going to be, maybe they're going to do a later show in June. Okay. Yeah. Well, this is interesting. This is interesting. That's definitely a little bit later than expected, but we'll keep an eye on it. We should get way more information in terms of their shift and their plan. I'm a hero, always was. Leia on the other paw. Dude, boss burned his paw. Not bad. Like, when I say burned, I mean he's totally fine. But, like, he was surprised. We were, really quick, we were cooking these, like, little Annie Ann pretzel bites. And they had just come out of the oven. And, like, one of them, like, fell on the ground. And before we could go pick it up, he, like, ran to it. For some reason, thinking it was something he was going to eat. I don't know why. It was kind of, like, I don't know if he thought it was a giant treat. Because they're shaped the same, they're just much bigger. And he went to go touch it with his paw, and he meowed real loud and like ran away from it. I'm like, bro, it was like the craziest thing. I'm like, what did you think that was? To be clear, he doesn't really beg for regular food like that. So that's why it was so strange to see him jump on it like that. But he's okay. He's perfectly fine. He was just surprised. He wasn't expecting it to be hot or whatever. Poor boss. He's fine. He's fine. No, trust me, he's good. Although, boss, where are you? Come on. They're waiting for you, bro. It's time to work. Yeah, lesson learned. Lux, you're saying, will Sony inflate numbers like Microsoft with MAU? Probably. I mean, that's the thing about monthly active users, and we're going to talk about that a little bit later. Any workaround they can find to be like, well, that technically counts as an MAU, right? Right? Yeah, of course they're going to do that. I would imagine they would. May 30th, the business segment meeting was both PlayStation CEOs. Maybe that's why the showcase or stated play is in June. It's way later than the usual business segment meeting. Yeah, I mean, there has to be a rhyme and a reason for it, considering how important it is. Lux, you're saying Forza Horizon 5 says 45 million players, not sales. I find that... how is that even possible? And I say this as somebody who likes Forza, and I think Forza is very good. How is that possible, dude? You think they're... Well, you're saying Game Pass, but Game Pass has what, like 35 million? Surely that would mean every single person on Game Pass interacted with Forza Horizon 5. Or is that it? Forza Horizon is on Game Pass, so we can count every Game Pass subscriber. Is that kind of what they mean? Oh yeah, there's PC too. Yeah, I forgot it did launch day and date with PC. That's crazy though. I mean, is that what Sony's going to start doing? Probably. We'll talk about that. Hold on, hold on. Getting ahead of me, Lux. Um. So this is really important to highlight, and I don't see many people talking about it. And it's not a matter of trying to celebrate Sony's money because it's not my money. I mean, I'd love to have this money, but no. But it's just, you know, a lot of people have this misconception that Sony in gaming is not doing as well, or they're struggling, or they're going downhill, or or just some type of negative connotation in terms of like from a business sense, they're just not really doing it right. Like they're losing their way. Well, Sony reported from the gaming division from PlayStation a total of $31.74 billion in revenue. This has officially broken a record where this is the first time any gaming company has surpassed $30 billion in revenue. And so they set a new high watermark. Now, in terms of profit, I don't think Sony's extracting as much profit from that as they would like. But the reason why this is important is because it goes to show that whatever Sony's doing, for better or for worse, whether we like it, whether we dislike it. Okay. Do not put your butt. Don't, boss. Oh God, I'm trying to have a serious conversation. My cat's like, but can I just put my ass in the camera, bro? Can I do that? Like, no, you can't, boss. I'm sorry. He's like, let me show you the triple anus. Boss is like, I'm gonna show you why Sony's breaking revenue records. Come over here, dude. Come on. You have a whole spot. But yeah, it's I think important to highlight this because it reaffirms that for better or for worse, whether we like it, whether we don't like it, the things that Sony is doing in gaming with the PlayStation platform, it's working. They were a revenue leader, they are a revenue leader, but now they've broken a record that maybe in the future Microsoft or somebody else could break it, but yeah, I don't know. Even with all the missteps that they seemingly have had in the past couple of years, they're still on this trajectory. So I wanted to start it out by letting you guys know that generally speaking, Sony's on the up. PlayStation's on the up. Financially, anyway. And it's important to keep this context in mind when we go over the finer details and the quotes from Sony executives, so that way we understand like they're saying it while simultaneously breaking their own record, setting a new record in the industry for total revenue. Lux, you're saying how much of that money came from Sony or third party? Well, the overwhelming majority of that, if I had to assume, I don't actually have the breakdown in front of me, but if I had to assume the overwhelming majority of that, probably from their storefront from third party. I think a portion of it definitely comes from Sony's own games, but undoubtedly the overwhelming majority is from, microtransactions, free-to-play games, massive third-party launches, for sure. So that's the first thing I wanted to go over. The second thing I want to go over here is the PS5 has officially reached 77.8 million units sold. This is really good. This is a very, very successful console. Safe to say this console is going to go on to hit 100 million, especially when GTA 6 launches. But if you're wondering how it's pacing with the PS4, it's basically still neck and neck with the PS4. It's trending 1 million below the PS4. So it's doing just ever so slightly less, but basically, for all intents and purposes, it's tracking the same as the PS4. So if you want to know like where the PS5 is headed, you can look at the PS4, and at this point, I think it's safe to infer, again with the help of GTA 6, that it's going to easily surpass 100 million at some point. But I think it is very important to take note of the fact that the PS5 is not doing better than the PS4. I do think that's important to note, and I'll talk about why in a little bit. Sony announced that they sold 18.5 million units over the last fiscal year. PS5 sales dropped 38% in the quarter. Yeah, so Sony's anticipating for the next fiscal year that PS5 sales are going to drop. They're expecting to sell 15 million units in the next fiscal year. So this year they sold 18 million. The next year they're anticipating they're going to sell 15. And they did also note with that, they said, that number could fluctuate based on changes in the market, which, makes sense because right now it is pretty volatile and nobody really knows what's going to happen. So they're just saying, be prepared for that. Sony's rumored to shut down PlayStation tomorrow as a shadow drop. We heard you like shadow drops, guys. We got one for you. Yeah, and so correct. Sony did also make it known that for the next fiscal year 25, they're not counting they're not putting any of these expected numbers out there with GTA 6. They are taking into account that GTA 6 is not launching in the next fiscal year. So that is important because these numbers prior to GTA 6's delay, these numbers were probably very different in terms of what they expect. You're referring to the quarter they just posted from January to March. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it's not, to me, that's not that surprising because Sony didn't really have much, dude. Actually, they didn't have anything. Not to say that their own stuff is going to be the main driver. In some cases it is, but I feel like between January and March of this year, really, yeah, there were definitely games releasing, but Sony didn't have any of their own games. They did a state of play in February, but I don't know that would have been enough to really move the needle per se. A couple of other. Oh, they did drop MLB. Yeah. You think 38% that's Xbox levels of falling? Well, we have to compare it to what they sold last year at this time. I mean, I won't lie, that's a significant number, and I would assume that's something Sony obviously doesn't want to see. But my assumption is that it looks worse than it is because, I mean, I'll be honest, man. I think about this time last year, January through March, Sony had Final Fantasy Rebirth, they had Helldivers, they dropped The Last of Us 2 Remastered, they had Rise of the Ronin. I mean, these were and those were all just like PS5 games or like Sony games or whatever, not counting any third parties. So I feel like they probably had a much stronger. And yeah, it was coming off of Spider-Man during the holiday season. I feel like this time around, I mean, I'll be honest with you, man. Going into this January, February, March, I'm not shocked to see that number, man. There just didn't seem to be much enthusiasm. There's just not a whole lot going on up until that state of play anyway. But yeah, I don't know. When you compare percentages, it's important to keep it in mind the context of it's a 38% drop up against what they did this time last year. And I could tell you they did really good this time last year. But yeah, obviously Sony needs to keep that in mind. If they continue to see that number drop like significantly, that could be concerning for them. No doubt about it. But actually, as we get deeper into this conversation, I think you're going to see that Sony's entire culture and I'm using the word culture specifically. We're not talking about like cultures and like culture wars. I'm saying like their internal business culture when it comes to PlayStation has changed. And I'm using that term specifically because that's the term Sony used, not me. I'm not the one who chose to use that term. We'll go over that shortly. Michael Lynch, you're saying only 1 million behind despite a chip shortage. I mean, that's the thing. When we talk about, I know we kind of just blew past 77.8 million consoles. I want you to keep that number in mind. 77 million consoles. If you round it up, 78 million. This number is important because based off the conversations we're going to have today and some of the other data we're going to go over and some of the other quotes from Sony, you're going to see people that are going to try, and I feel like these are the people who are kind of disingenuous. I'll be honest. They're going to try to turn it into something it's just objectively, factually not. And that's why I want you guys to keep that number in mind. But at the same time, on the other end of that spectrum, you're going to have people, I think, who are going to be a little bit resistant to some of the realities that Sony is presenting with their latest earnings. So some of their quotes, some of the things they're saying in the Q&A section that I think some people, if they're not going to reject it, they're just going to be, I think, very hesitant to want to pay close attention to it, which is fine. And Michael Lynch with another chat, you're saying that's like running a 1 mile race and losing by 100 yards despite taking a 2-minute break. PS5 sales numbers are incredible. They are doing well. They are doing very well. Important point here you have to remember as well. Last year, Sony presented that PS5 in 4 years is more profitable and successful than PS4 in 8 years. Yes. Well, that's why I mentioned their revenue. And I mean, you're talking about profitability. The PS5 generation has been by far and away the most profitable for Sony. And again, this isn't a matter of like, I'm not trying to pump up Sony's profits. Like, I'm excited that you guys, it's more about understanding that it's understanding, people always have conversations about value. If you care about the PlayStation 5 ecosystem as it stands now, you care about the PS5 console, or you just enjoy it, or you really like it, and you kind of, if you like the way things have been going to an extent, maybe not 100%, but mostly, we have to try to understand the value that Sony sees in their own products here, and like how valuable is this to the overall brand and the company and the business. And yes, the PS5 has made a killing. The PS5 has utterly destroyed like every previous generation in terms of profitability. So, as we continue this conversation, we need to keep that in mind. It's very important that people who are coming out here, when Sony talks about focusing on monthly active users, which I know I keep alluding to it, we will talk about it. But I see people, they're like, so Sony's just following Microsoft. And it's like, wrong. Sony's not following Microsoft, and Microsoft isn't following anybody else. Nobody's following anybody. The entire industry. Well, actually, you know what? Let me scratch that. You know who everybody's following? Fortnite. Hate to say it. But you want to know who Microsoft's following? You want to know who Sony's following? You want to know who Nintendo's eventually going to follow too? Fortnite. Do you know why? Because Fortnite changed the entire gaming landscape. And a lot of people thought it was a trend. Turns out Fortnite was not a trend. Fortnite represents an entire upheaval of the way gaming companies and businesses view the market and view the industry. And if you want to know when monthly active users truly became the end-all be-all, it was probably a few years after Fortnite found unprecedented success. And that's not even counting all of the other games, all of the other successful games. So I just think people need to understand that if you were to take away the console from PlayStation right now, their gaming business would collapse overnight. Okay, that is an important statement for me to make because people there are certain groups of people, they want to rally behind Microsoft and prop Microsoft up as an example to be like, see, you can still win without worrying about console sales and without worrying about hardware sales. But what they fail to acknowledge is that the only reason Microsoft is quote unquote winning anything, if you even view it that, I don't view it that way, but if you want to view it that way, is because the console died. Like their console flatlined. People forget that Microsoft was chasing what Sony and Nintendo currently have, and there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. Doesn't mean things aren't changing. Doesn't mean the industry landscape isn't shifting. It absolutely is. But I'm just trying to say that, like, this is not a... Hearing what Sony is saying and their shift is not... That does not translate to, so Microsoft was right and Microsoft is winning. It literally doesn't. Like, the people who are saying those things are not... they're not very well informed, unfortunately. And they are... I don't say spreading misinformation, but their takes are, frankly, they come from a place of ignorance, maybe even willful ignorance. So just be careful when you see that, because they're being disingenuous about it. With the brand new Sony CEO, the next business segment meeting this June will be their most important since 2019, when they changed policy to create stated plays. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's when Jim Ryan became the new president of PlayStation as well. Chris Brown with the super chat says, ironically, Game Pass is helping me save for PlayStation games. LOL. There you go. There you go. Don't tell Microsoft that, though. Lux, you're saying Fortnite has made $40 billion to date. That is... I don't even have words for that. I don't even have words for that, dude. $40 billion. Fortnite's just not my cup of tea. I respect sales, but it just ain't for me. I tried Fortnite a couple times, and yeah, I couldn't get into it. And I don't mind Battle Royale. I'm like, yeah, not my cup of tea either. Not my cup of coffee. But let's continue on here. Let me see what other important pieces of information we got to go over here. Okay. So just continuing to kind of run down the numbers. So full first-party software unit sales, 303 million. First-party software unit sales, 78.9 million. Digital download ratio, 76%. This is for the fiscal year. So in Q4, which is, the last quarter, January through March, PSN MAUs, or monthly active users, 124 million. That's important to take note of, 124 million. But I want to start focusing on some of the quotes, because to me, this is the stuff, this is like the meat and potatoes of the conversation. Sorry. I'm referring, by the way, to Genki Japan over on Twitter, as well as Zubitech and William. William, I know you're in the chat. These three individuals do a really good job compiling all these different quotes, and so shout out to those guys for doing some good work there. So before we talk about this major shift from Sony, I want to go over what they're saying about price increases for the PS5. So Sony CFO Lin Tao says that they currently have 3 months worth of stockpiled PS5 inventory in the U.S. and outlined further steps they're taking to combat U.S. tariffs. So number one, they're stockpiling strategic inventory in the U.S. Number two, they're adjusting product shipment allocations on a global basis. And number three, they're raising market prices on certain products with an eye on the market situation. She also stated that they are diversifying the PS5 supply chain, with the PS5 now being manufactured in 4 different countries, but China currently has the highest ratio. There was also another quote in regards to whether or not they're going to... So Sony is expecting U.S. tariffs to wipe out 100 billion yen, which is approximately $680 million US, off of its yearly operating income, and are considering its response to them. Quote, We are responding quickly to the additional U.S. tariffs that have already been implemented and are considering responses to multiple possible future scenarios, end quote. And so, in regards to the PS5, I don't have the direct quote in front of me, but Sony essentially said that right now, and this is a paraphrase, okay, but basically right now they're not going to increase the price of the PS5. They're going to continue to monitor the situation and see how quickly they burn through this 3 months of tariffs. And yes, it was just announced that there is a pause, another 90-day pause on the tariffs between China and the US in the hopes that they can negotiate something. At any moment, that pause could probably, come undone. It could fall apart at any moment. And, there's no guarantee that when that 90 days is up, that there's going to be any type of agreement or change. And so Sony is just doing what any business has to do, just like Microsoft and Nintendo. They can't bank on that. They can't bank on negotiations happening between two different governments and just assume that it's going to work out well. The smartest thing Sony did do here is stockpile PS5s. The question is how long that stockpile is going to last. Because once that stockpile is burned through, if there is no official agreement, like if Trump doesn't come out and announce that they have a new agreement with China and there's low tariffs or no tariffs or whatever, if they don't do that in the coming weeks or, months, and Sony burns through that stockpile, they're just basically letting everybody know, if it doesn't change, we are prepared to raise the price. And this should not shock anybody. I'll be honest, man. I'm shocked they didn't just do it. I got to be honest. I am surprised. Sony seems to be very adamant about and this is revealing, by the way. This is very revealing. If you want to know how much it still matters to Sony to sell large amounts of PS5s, this is why they're not raising the price. I know people try to clown on Sony and make it seem like they just want to money gouge or price gouge. And, maybe in some areas you can maybe see a little bit of that. But generally speaking, no, the point is we don't want to raise the price for this hardware because the moment we do that, it's a much harder sell. We potentially just wiped off millions of sales, especially this deep into a generation. By this point in time, people are usually expecting $100 off, $200 off, right? The last thing they're expecting is we got to throw on another 100. So they're just out here letting you know that when the time comes, if nothing changes, they will be forced to increase the price. You're saying they're rich, they can eat the costs. You're saying you're being sarcastic. I mean, that's more of a philosophical, political type debate situation. Maybe more philosophical than anything. And we've talked about this, where the reality, I see people talk about that. They're like, bro, these companies are rich. They can eat the cost. The richest company in the world, Microsoft, just announced a price increase across all their hardware and accessories and games. And they could afford to eat the cost till the end of time, basically. And they chose not to. Why is that? And that's because the inherent nature of capitalism and business is that no, you don't do that. You only eat the cost in the short term if it leads to greater long-term gains. What we are seeing right now, what these companies are seeing, is they don't expect long-term gains, to present themselves if they choose to eat the cost now. So Sony's in a position, they're basically letting shareholders and indirectly consumers know that if nothing changes, they will be forced to increase the prices. And yes, could they literally eat the cost and afford it? Yes, they could. Sony could, they could eat that for you, but that would result in less profitability. That would result in a dip in not only profit margins, but probably revenue as well. And then they would have to explain that to the shareholders. And we are currently in an environment where the shareholders will absolutely not accept that. So not saying that's a good thing, not saying you should be happy about that. I'm just simply illustrating the reality for you. But yeah, if you're wondering about the price increases, interesting to note, by the way, they don't mention, and this is why I'm going to be so curious to see this June business meeting presentation, because they don't say anything about game prices. They don't mention anything about that. And I think that's interesting. It's very interesting because you would think that they would say something, but unless I missed something, they didn't mention it. William, you're saying Sony doesn't seem to want to increase the price of the PS5 because they stocked up in the US. I think they want to see how many Xbox players will buy PS5s if they keep the price down once Gears comes. That's another possibility as well. Um, People had this kind of fear that now that Microsoft's putting their games on PlayStation and the Xbox is no longer a viable competitor to PlayStation in the console space, that Sony's just going to go crazy. And it's like I try to tell people, like, Sony already has the crazy out there. That's called the PS5 Pro. They already put the crazy out there. The crazy is, yeah, we got a $700 console. You don't need it, but it's there if you want it. The problem with increasing the price for the base PS5 is that, like, that's not supposed to be the crazy console. That's not supposed to have a crazy price tag associated with it. It's supposed to be the entry point console. It's supposed to be affordable. It's supposed to make people, when they see that, be like, you know what, that seems worth it. It's not supposed to make people go like, what the hell? Why is that $600? Or something like that. It's not the base model console is not meant to price people out. Sony went down that road before with the PS3. They literally went down this road where they were on top and nobody was around, and they said, yeah, we'll offer, I think it was 500, but if you want like the higher gigabyte model, it was 600. And that was a curse for Sony in a way, where it's like, bro, the 360 is like, what was it, like 400 or something when it launched, something like that. So if anything, what's crazy about the situation right now, if anything, Sony has more reason than ever before. And this is something I need to highlight, because I know people, they really try to make it seem like the current way Sony is being run is like the worst of the worst. It's like, dude, Sony has more reason than ever before to just say, F it, we're just going to increase the prices. And I'm not saying they won't. I'm just saying right now they're like, we don't want to if we don't have to. And that's crazy, because it's like your competition, or what was supposed to be your competition, just increased their prices, and you're beating the brakes off them, in the console space. So I think Sony is kind of like what William says here. I'm almost reading this as they see this as an opportunity, and that's smart of them, because if they're able to, this would be a prime opportunity for them to determine, is there more growth to be had in the console space? If you increase the prices, that's going to, the answer to that question is going to automatically be no. Just straight up. If they have to increase the prices any more than they have, the answer is going to be no. But if they can keep the prices where they are, as both Nintendo and Microsoft are increasing prices, and yeah, like you're saying, there might be some level of exodus from the Xbox console side of things, Sony might be looking at this as like, these are potential growth vectors in the console space, but they don't want to grow. They don't want to grow at a loss, right? That's kind of the whole thing. You knew someone whose parents bought a PS3 because it was cheaper than most Blu-ray players at the time. Yeah, I've come across a couple people who bought a PS3 because it was a Blu-ray player. Didn't quite catch on like the PS2 did with the DVD, but if they want more growth beyond 120 million, they're going to have to drop. Lux, you're saying soon there won't be any other console out there of equal power or specs. I fully expect Sony to raise prices in the future, even for entry level. And we're going to get onto that very shortly, Lux. That's next up when we talk about Sony's shift. I know I've been kind of not beating around the bush, but just getting other stuff out of the way to discuss. Now let's move on to what I think is quite possibly the most significant thing that came out of this. And I'm not seeing many people talk about it. Again, we have a translation here from Genki Japan. And William, I don't know if you're still in the chat, man, but I'm going to go over the quotes you put out there too, because those were really good. There's one in particular that you put out. Give me one moment here to find it. Okay. So, all right. Genki Japan says new Sony CFO Lin Tao says that there have been two major changes to Sony Interactive Entertainment since the recent leadership change. This is what I've been talking to you guys about. Okay. Starting on April 1st, Hiroki Totoki, now the CEO of Sony, Hideaki Nishino, the president of Sony, of all of Sony Interactive Entertainment. And there were a couple of other changes as well, like Lin Tao now being the CFO. But she says these are the two biggest changes. Now this is the big stuff. Number one, she says before sell-in units, aka sales, was the focus, but now management is focused on engagement and monthly active users leading to profitability. Okay? That's the first major change. The second, this one's less surprising, but still very important to pay attention to. Financial discipline within the first-party studios. In the past, there were various issues. We are still halfway, but I think the mindset has changed significantly. So, key takeaway, we're still halfway. In other words, all the work that Hiroki Totoki and company have been doing within PlayStation Studios to tighten the belt and cut costs and make sure these studios are not mismanaging money, they see it as they're only halfway there. Interesting. It means there's still some stuff going on with PlayStation Studios that they're trying to wrangle in, and I wonder who that's in regards to. Is this why we see product placement in Intergalactic? Because it's like you're gonna have to find a way to help pay for this, Naughty Dog. I don't know. Are they still talking about Bungie? But we need to talk about these two quotes. There's one other quote here, and Illegal Monkey, give me one moment before I read your super chat. This is from William Aguilar, and the quote is, now the only thing is, in William, I don't know if you're still in the chat, maybe you can tell me who said this quote. I don't know if you know, but the quote is as follows. Sony Interactive Entertainment / PlayStation is under new leadership with Hideaki Nishino as CEO of all of Sony Interactive Entertainment and Herman Hulst as CEO of the Studio Business Group. Hiroki Totoki is now the CFO of all of Sony. Previously, Hiroki Totoki acted as the temporary CEO of Sony Interactive Entertainment to implement several reforms for structure and profitability. There is a new culture in the leadership at PlayStation with a focus on improving monthly active users. That's in quotes. That is in quotes right there. Okay, Lin Tao. She was extraordinarily frank about the... Yeah, it seems like she was the one spilling the beans, which is good. This is good. Like, I would much rather that, like, I'm not... We'll talk about this. We'll unpack this, but this is good because it's like, okay, they're saying, aka fake MAUs. A culture shift. Ooh, that's. I mean, I don't want to read too deeply into it, but that's significant. That's very significant, man. Let's talk about it. We have Illegal Monkey saying, hilarious to think. I don't know if I said that right. Hilarious. Apparently, I say that word weird. Hilarious to think Sony beat Microsoft in the Blu-ray / HD DVD wars and now beat them in the console wars. Best David versus Goliath ever. Well, you know what, man? It's true. Sony beat Microsoft on multiple fronts, even though they shouldn't have been able to, considering how much bigger Microsoft is. But the next battle awaits, bro. Is Sony going to be able to beat Microsoft in the MAU wars? The MAU wars, bro. The engagement wars. Ooh, I don't know. Microsoft, they just bought Call of Duty. Sony might be on the back foot already. The MCU wars. Ice Rezo with a super chat says Microsoft raises the price because they want people on Game Pass. Sony's more cautious in raising prices because their strategy is to sell consoles. I agree with that for now, Ice, but I'm anticipating a Game Pass price increase. I am. I'll be honest, man, not shocked, but definitely my assessment of Microsoft's overall strategy would need to be reevaluated if they do not increase the price of Game Pass. Because right now, I feel like without the price increase to Game Pass, it's like, yeah, they just want to push whoever's left on Xbox. Go to Game Pass. Don't even buy an Xbox. Go to Game Pass. Don't worry about the price of the Xbox. Don't worry about the accessories. Just go to Game Pass. Game Pass, Game Pass, Game Pass. $80 games, we got Game Pass. If they increase the price of Game Pass again, it's, to me, that will confirm my theory that Microsoft's play here is not to facilitate people to Game Pass like in that strategic way. The strategy is extract as much money and profit out of every sector of gaming that you're involved in as you possibly can. Hardware, services, games, microtransactions, the whole 9 yards. Could this be a play to funnel more people in the Game Pass? Absolutely, it could be. And if we go months and months and months and there's no price increase to Game Pass, then I will reevaluate I will reassess my my theory, or I will update my my theory. And at that point, it will be clear at that point that yeah, they're putting $80 games out there to make Game Pass seem more valuable. Not to say that it isn't valuable. It is. It's just for how long? That's the question, right? For how long? I mean, there's a lot of people that even if it's raised to $30, they're still going to feel like that's totally worth it. And I'm not here to say it isn't. I'm just here to let you know that, like, you see where this is going. You know what I mean? Like, it's eventually going to be 40 and eventually 50. And that's just how, and of course it's going to be that way. Like, it's going to be, that is the Netflix of gaming at that point. You know, it's just going to keep going up. And so get in while the getting's good, right? Lux, you're saying Nintendo's smart. Go first. Now nobody talks about them. I don't know. I don't agree with that, Lux. I think it just seems like nobody's talking about them because we're hyper focused on PlayStation right here. But when I look around, the Switch 2 launch is right around the corner. I'm seeing more people talking about them. I mean, you could make an argument I should be talking about them more, but it's just, you know, it's hard for me to focus on that because I'm not really into Nintendo. But let's unpack this. So Lin Tao says before the leadership changes, it was all about selling units. Now the focus is on engagement and MAUs leading to profitability. What does this mean? They say there is a new culture in the leadership at PlayStation with a focus on improving MAUs. What? So this is where the speculation comes in. But let's first start with the console. So what does it mean for Sony to come out and tell investors and indirectly the public, console sales are no longer the most important metric and no longer the priority? Now, monthly active users are, and overall engagement is. What type of changes could this potentially facilitate in the coming months, in the coming years? What does this mean for the PlayStation 6 and the next generation? Michael Lynch with a super chat says Xbox is not the Netflix of gaming. They're the Blockbuster of gaming. People rent from them and it's dying out. I would rather you be right about that to a certain extent, Michael, because it's like, I don't like the idea of the only way you have access to games in the future is you just rent, you know, because that's kind of the downside to a degree, where like the more prominent that these, that, you know, places like Netflix have become, people kind of, more and more people have just given up on ownership to any degree. And these companies exploit that. That's the problem. Convenience. Basically, like, the companies offer convenience and we trade them our right to ownership to a degree. I mean, that's kind of what it's all turning into. And that's why you see people still kind of fighting for it and being like, you gotta, like, you gotta care about this, man. Because if you give all of that to the corporation just for the sake of convenience, like, I mean, from like full stop, from top to bottom, you just give it all away. But don't worry, you still have your convenience. at any point in time, if these companies decide, you know what, for reason X, Y, and Z, we're pulling the plug on this, or we're walking away from it, or it's no longer our priority, there's nothing you can do. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. You know? And that's and you get and the reason for that would be because you let it be we let it be that way. So we gotta continue to fight for some kind of balance. That's all. This is why people are freaking out about Microsoft offering a physical PS5 Doom version, on the disc there's 85 megabytes on the disc. This is why people are freaking out about it, because they're like, we see what you're doing. Same thing with Nintendo with the game key cards, and Sony's the guys. Sony's the last one. They're the last one. Like, if Sony decides they want to go in this direction too, it is over. Like, I mean, literally over. And that's going to suck. That's going to suck. Lux, you're saying Sony want games as a service, constant players over one-time buyer? Absolutely. Yeah. So this is, here's a reality that I want to talk to people about, because I want to refer to, I put out a post today. Okay. I put out a couple posts. The first post I put out is, I said Sony's CEO and CFO announced what I think is a significant change to PlayStation's business. They said their focus with the previous leadership was on, quote, sell-in units, end quote. Their new focus is on, quote, MAUs, or monthly active users, end quote. I said expect to see PlayStation get even more aggressive with branching out. And this is where fanboy conversations truly poison the well. And the well, in this case, represents just us trying to have actual good discussions based in reality, and not conversations that are based on projections or delusions of what we want to believe, right? In terms of no, that's not what this means at all. And it's like, you're clearly in denial. And it sucks, because it's like, on one side, I'm seeing people respond to this post. Like this, for example, this person said, damn, I bought my PS5 secondhand for nothing. I don't know why they had to emphasize they bought it secondhand. And it's like, I had to, and I'm not being rude to this guy, it's just I had to explain to him, like, not necessarily. I said they're saying these things now, but they're not going to be implemented immediately. Basically, what I'm trying to tell this guy is you have a ton of time, like probably over a decade, realistically. Like, if you just recently bought a PS5, you got easily more than a decade coming up. I would, maybe a decade stretching it, but at least like 5, 6, 7 years. You're going to get really great. You probably will be a decade. Get a lot of use out of your PS5. Like, I don't know. I just see strange responses like this. But this is the one that I think is more important to highlight. This person says, what does this even mean? I respond to them and I say, my understanding is it means getting somebody into the PlayStation ecosystem right now is more important than selling the console. Before, the console sale was the single most important thing, as it was the only way. Keywords, only way to get somebody into that ecosystem. That has been changing, however. So somebody else responds and they say, this is how it began with Xbox, and we already know how it ended. This is the big thing we need to address. See, this is the elephant in the room. And this is the stuff that's going to cause continued fanboy wars. People need to understand. Like, I mean, they really need to try to understand that Sony deciding we're going to prioritize monthly active users and engagement over console sales does not mean that they are going to do what Microsoft is doing. A better way to put this is that does not mean that Sony is now Microsoft. The reason for this is not because, hey, I'm a PlayStation fanboy and that's what I want you to believe and that's what I want to believe. No, the reason for this is factual data that you cannot argue with. And this is what I had to say to this person. I said, the difference is PlayStation sales are not in the dirt. Sony is moving in the direction that the entire industry is moving in, but will not toss out their console while they do it. It's still their bread and butter. It was easy for Microsoft to do that because they never recovered from the Xbox One launch. And this is what people need to understand. This right here is that Sony's bread and butter is the PlayStation console. So while they are saying they are no longer prioritizing console sales, they are not saying the console isn't important and isn't our most vital lifeline to revenue and profitability. They're not saying that. This is where people put their own projections. They project what they want to hear Sony say so it can fuel their own agendas. And you already know what my agenda is. My agenda is I want the console to be healthy, in a good place, and not go away. Basically, I don't want to see what happened to Xbox happen to PlayStation. I definitely don't want to see that. But the reality that we're looking at is that Sony has hit a ceiling. If you want to know what Sony's trying to tell you right now, what they're trying to tell you is, yes, they're moving in the direction of deer. No, they're trying to tell you they hit the ceiling. That's what they're telling investors. That's what they're telling us. It's not that the console ecosystem that PlayStation built is not valuable. It is more valuable than it's ever been. PlayStation is only where Sony as a company is only where they are because of what PlayStation is right now, what it has been, and what it will continue to be. But there is also the reality that even though this is our biggest moneymaker and what has led us to these heights, it stopped. And yes, the reality, there's a second post that I put out that I want to read to you guys. Later on, I put out a post where I said Sony likely sees console growth has hit a ceiling. Nothing has surpassed the PS2 so far. The PS5 is pacing the same as the PS4, and the PlayStation 6 will very likely be even more expensive than the PS5 was at its launch. Consoles are critical to Sony's success still, but not necessarily for future growth. And that is hitting the nail on the head. Okay? And unfortunately, I'm encountering people who they want to turn this into, so Microsoft was right and Microsoft wins. And I can't get through to those people. No matter what data I throw at them, what facts I throw at them, I will not get through them because they refuse to understand the most simple fact that one company's console literally died, literally flatlined. The others is the most profitable it's ever been. They cannot, for one reason or another, get that through their heads. And I don't know why, but all I do know is that these are the people who are going to take information like this, they're going to take quotes like this, and they're going to try to twist them into something they are simply not. And I'm just trying to make sure that anybody who's choosing, which I'm grateful for, to take time to listen to anything I have to say, that they understand. Here's an example. This person says, and the spin begins. Wouldn't you say Xbox was ahead of the curve in recognizing this earlier and pivoting years ahead of time? Granted, it was partly by necessity of lower sales, but the point remains. People here insisted sales were the defining metric. Apparently, not anymore. And what's funny about this response is like, yes, sales were console sales, that is. We're not talking about game sales, but hardware sales were the defining metric for literally decades. That is a cold, hard fact that you cannot undo. And this is what I don't like about encountering people like this, is he's attempting to undo something. Let's get something straight. Microsoft is not, quote unquote, ahead of the curve because they failed. Why are people choosing to have conversations where they say, you know what? Let's just pretend that Microsoft was not aggressively chasing what Sony and Nintendo had and still have. Let's just pretend that never happened. Let's pretend the last 20 years didn't exist. They want to frame it that way because it does, if you successfully frame it that way, it does make it seem like Microsoft was ahead of the curve. Microsoft was not ahead of anything. They weren't ahead of anything. They failed to achieve what Sony and Nintendo have achieved. And that's why if Sony is successful in this new endeavor of chasing monthly active users or higher user engagement through live service while maintaining what they have, they are going to be more successful than Microsoft in gaming. Because Sony will have done that while maintaining something Microsoft cannot have because they gave up on it. This is what these people don't understand. I'm encountering an individual who's trying to tell me that I'm spinning a fucking fact right now. You can't spin facts. It's just a fact. The fact of the matter is, you look at the PS5, if it sells even 10 million units more than the PS4, it doesn't mean that the console market, it doesn't mean we didn't hit the ceiling. It still means we hit the ceiling. The only way Sony would be willing to maybe retract this statement or shift their strategy once again is if by the end of the PS5 generation, they're sitting at like 180 million PS5s. If they're sitting at 180 million PS5s, Sony would be like, whoa, 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 hold on now. On second thought, maybe there is a lot more growth to be had in the console space. But let me ask you, do you think the PS5 is going to go on to sell 180 million? Do you think the PS5 is going to pass the PS2? Do you think the PlayStation 6 is going to do that? I'm making, if my blood pressure is going up, probably. Oh, I'm sorry. Ice, I forgot to read your super chat. You're saying here, it would be suicidal for Sony not to prioritize their console. They need their console to grow their MAU. Microsoft is using Azer instead of console. Well, you have to think of it from this perspective. Think of it from the perspective of trying to answer the question I just presented. If you were in charge of Sony right now, right, Ice, or anybody else, if you want to just go through this kind of little scenario I'm putting out there, you're in Hiroki Totoki's position right now. Do you think, like, in all seriousness, it's like, okay, we're preparing for the PlayStation 6 to come out in a couple years. The PS5 is currently at 78 million units, pacing exactly with the PS4. The high watermark in the console industry it's been the high watermark for multiple decades now. Not a couple years, we're talking multiple decades, is the PS2 at 160. Nothing has managed to surpass it, and the only thing that seems like it may surpass it is the Switch. And even if it does, it doesn't seem like it's going to go much further. Do you believe? Now, again, your job's on the line. It's your job to make the PlayStation brand grow even where you are now. With the success that you have found with the PlayStation brand, you have to keep it growing, right? Would you say that the PS5 is going to surpass the PS2? Would you really take that chance? Do you really believe the PlayStation 6 console is going to outsell the PS2 and show investors that actually, guys, even though it seems like for the past 2 decades plus, there hasn't been like meaningful, like real growth in the console space? Like, you know, it seems like we hit the ceiling maybe 2 decades ago. We're here to show you we're breaking right through that. And we're here to show you there's 10, 20, 30 more million customers out there that actually do want to buy into console. Would you honestly, earnestly take that chance, seeing where everything else is going right now? If you did, well, good for you. I wouldn't be against it. I'd be like, this is great. holy shit, this mother effer really believes in the console. I'm all for it. But from a business perspective, you're likely going to be gone very soon. You're likely going to be in a lot of trouble in the coming years. And you would basically be doing the opposite of what Jim Ryan did, just on the extreme opposite end. You think if Xbox drops out, you actually do think the PS6 will outsell the PS2? Interesting. I mean, there is that to factor in. And I could see why that would maybe be like, well, who else? If you figure there's like 35 million Xbox owners this gen, maybe they lose half of those players next gen. Half of those players maybe decide rather than going to PC, or two-thirds of those players decide they want to go to PlayStation instead of PC. 1/3, was that like 9 million people or something like that? I just think that what we are looking at is the raw, unfiltered reality that a lot of people who have, obviously everybody has their preference, but a lot of people who have attached a certain level of meaning, whether it be in gaming or even their real lives, I guess, to these things, they need to understand that Sony and Microsoft are not in the same positions. And that Sony deciding in 2025 that they are going to prioritize MAUs and engagement is not them saying, yeah, Microsoft was right, we're going to follow them now. That's not what that means. It means we've conquered one area of gaming where there's nothing else left to be done. And we're going to continue to do that. Now we need to try to go conquer another area. That's what it means. Microsoft tried to conquer one area of gaming, got their teeth kicked in, and decided, well, we're going to conquer this area instead after we go to Daddy Microsoft and we get a cool 75 billion cash injection. That's what they did. And people really need to stop trying to make it seem like they're doing the same things. They are not doing the same things. It should have been, this conversation died when Microsoft bought Activision, and people still have not gotten the memo. I don't know why. I don't know why people didn't get the memo. Like, dude, once they won against the FTC, it's over. Like, they're done with the console strategy, dude. They're a third-party publisher now, and they own some of the most profitable, best-selling live service games in the industry. And they're going to be part of PlayStation's success now. Part of gaining more monthly users is in part going to be Microsoft helping them do that. What people really need to understand, like, as I keep going on here, what this truly boils down to is people want to use this, they want to weaponize it. Again, in these conversations, in the console wars, even though the console wars are completely over. Well, all right, Chucks, I'm going to give you the opportunity then. And I'm not going to shut you down. I'm not. I'm being serious. Like, you're telling people not to believe what I'm saying. I would like you to explain to me what I'm being delusional about or what I'm completely wrong about. Not in a rude way. I'm seriously asking. Because the only thing I've presented this entire time are quotes, numbers, facts. And I will admit, I've put in there some of my own opinions in between. And if you disagree with the opinion, I'm curious to know what clearly there's something I'm saying here. There's something I'm saying that you are totally against, that you just think I'm dead wrong about. And I'm willing to hear it out. What is it? Because maybe I'm just one person here talking. Maybe there's something I'm not considering. I'm willing to hear what other people have to say. I'm not looking for people to just 100% agree with me. But I guess I feel pretty sure about what I'm saying right now. Harlem, you saying you just finished Final Fantasy 16? Good shit, bro. A little late, but MBG, ignore the people in the chat trying to gaslight you into believing that a company making $32 billion a year is following the one making $22 billion a year with the combined 4 mega publishers and 40 studios. I mean, that's one way of putting it, but in my opinion, it goes beyond that, where it's like Sony has a greater. You wish you could speak instead of typing. Well, I mean, I know. Just try your best. You don't have to write like a book. If you just try to tell me like what part exactly you disagree with, I'll give you time. Yeah, take your time. There's no rush. I do agree with that, Eternal. Sony needs to improve PS Plus. I think they're slacking. Ice Rezo with the super chat says Microsoft is playing a different game than Sony, which is more dangerous. They want everyone to pay digital rent to store data on their cloud, even Sony. Well, the thing is, Microsoft is truly playing the highest risk, highest reward game. It's just the reward hasn't come through yet because we're in the process of watching it play out. I don't think Microsoft will ever leave gaming. I think they've consumed too much. They have too many, studios. They've bought too many publishers. Like, they're gonna be a major force in gaming forever, I think. But I just find it interesting that like people want Microsoft to beat Sony so bad, and it's like there is no more fight. And I understand that there's a level of spite from some people. It's spite where it's like, well, you know what? The fight may be over, but your console's going to die too. And it's like, I'm not so sure. Luna just found. And to me, those are the people that do kind of bother me a little bit, where it's like, what's like, I get it. Like, you're either upset or maybe the opposite. You're cheering on the fact that like one console has effectively been ended. Microsoft has gone the way of Sega to a degree. And you just you believe that's going to happen now to Sony as well, because there's no way that could only happen to Microsoft, right? There's no way. If it happened to Microsoft and they're still here and they're buying publishers and they seem stronger than ever, then it's only a matter of time till it catches up to Sony. And it's like, dude, I'm not here to tell you it can't ever happen. I'm not here to tell you that Sony couldn't reach a point where like, hey, we're halfway through the PS6 generation and now suddenly Sony's consoles just flatlined. Could that could happen? But let me ask you, what would facilitate that? What would facilitate Sony's console suddenly? Well, did you just hear about my raccoon story? All right, hold on. I got a couple of direct donations here. Give me just one moment to bring them up. Perfect Image, you're saying here, bro, Sony worrying about engagement is a good thing because PlayStation Plus needs that while still focusing on console. It's just a priority. It's just the priority is online. Well, that's the thing. I'm not saying Sony focusing on engagement is a bad thing. At no point did I say that. But what it does indicate is a major shift. And I think the thing I'm mostly focused on, Perfect Image, is everybody hopefully being on the same page as to like, why did this shift occur? Because the most annoying thing that persists in this space when it comes to gaming discourse and conversations is that people are not willing to be more honest about like certain facts and certain things. That's just like, it doesn't matter how you feel or what you think. This is just what it is. Like, notice how I'm sitting here And I have no problem as a person who prefers the console experience. And that's what I prioritize on the channel. That's what I play on in real life. That's all I play on. Notice how I have no problem telling you that, yes, we have hit the ceiling in the console space. That the PS5 is going to go on to do great. It's not going to catch the PS2. And that the PS6 is very, very, very likely going to do similar, if not a little bit less. I have no problem telling you that, because that is a fact that is in front of us right now. It's an undeniable fact. Why is it that I have no problem telling people that, but yet people have such a problem acknowledging that what Sony and Microsoft are doing is not the same thing? People have such a problem acknowledging that one company failed to sell a console and failed to find success in that market, the other did. Why do they have such a problem with that? Because I'll tell you right now, if it was the other way around, I would have no problem telling you, like, yeah, Sony completely failed to sell consoles. Sony failed to penetrate the console market. I would have no problem telling you that, because it would be a fact, an undeniable, I'm living in reality fact. And it's not, and it doesn't even matter now. That's the funniest part, is it doesn't even matter now. It doesn't even matter now. We have Venino with a direct donation. He says, I'm an investor. Microsoft is expanding to be a gaming juggernaut. Nintendo portable while expanding to a theme park / movies. What is Sony doing to expand? Well, I mean, from what I can gather, Sony, they're getting aggressive with movies. I don't know to what success. It seems like it's going pretty well. They're expanding to movies. They're expanding to TV. They're expanding through live service. They're expanding. I mean, they've been expanding the PC. They even tried, and now this is where I think Sony they got to be careful, where it's like, don't fly too close to the sun now. They even experimented with trying to expand with Lego Horizon on Switch. And there are rumors, we'll see if these end up being true or not, that they're thinking about expanding PS Plus beyond PlayStation. But they expanded with the PlayStation Portal, where that went from being just a remote play device to where now it's a cloud gaming device, and PS Plus is available on that device. So technically you don't need a PS5 to play certain PS5 games if you buy a Portal and PS Plus. So believe me when I tell you, Sony theme parks coming next, right? Sony is expanding. And the question, at least the question from an investor standpoint, like you're saying, is what are those expansions, and do they seem like they'll result in more revenue and more profit? From a fan perspective, I'm not so concerned about these expansions unless they come at the expense of what Sony already established. That, to me, is all that matters in this conversation. Sony, you want to focus on MAUs, you want to focus on engagement, whatever, I get it. Look at everything that's going on in the industry. That's what everybody's focused on now. It's like I said, people want to make it sound like, oh, so they're just doing what Microsoft's doing. No, you mean they're doing what Epic's doing. They're doing what Fortnite's doing. They're doing what every other company is doing once they saw the success of Fortnite. I don't know why people are so quick to give the credit to Microsoft. Like, you think Microsoft was the first one to come up with MAUs and user engagement? No. And to an extent, to be clear, MAUs and engagement were always a priority for both companies. It's just, was there something else in front of them? For Sony, it was the console. For Microsoft, it was the console too, till it wasn't. And so it's just a matter of, from a fan perspective, I don't care that Sony wants to do this. And if this is what's going to get them to grow the PlayStation brand and keep investors happy or whatever, and stop them from going down and all that shit, that's fine. Just Sony, this is where the potential criticism comes in, or the concern, not dooming, just genuine concern. Like, just please don't allow that, because this is exactly what Microsoft did, and this is exactly what people are afraid of. Don't allow that to come at the expense of what you worked so hard to establish with the PlayStation console, with that core PlayStation audience. Because there's a reason why it's still going so strong. There's a reason why you're still breaking records and making as much revenue as you are. And it's because, yeah, you spent the last 5 console generations building that up. You spent the last 5 generations building that up, investing, billions of dollars into it. And there were a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, with developers and stuff, having failed games and developers having to figure it out. And, the people, what do they call it? Like the old guard of PlayStation having to figure out, like, how do we even do this? There was a lot that came prior to this success. And so it's just a matter of striking that right balance of, like, you don't want to throw out one thing. You don't want to discard one thing to gain another, because I don't think that's not growth. That's just trading what you have now for something else that may be the same, a little bit better, a little bit worse. The idea is you want to double up, right? You want to double up. If you want to maintain what you have with PlayStation consoles right now, you want to make sure the PS6 can sell at least as well as the PS4 and PS5. You want to have the accessory lineup. You want to have the games lineup. You want to have PS Plus. You want to have all that stuff there. But simultaneously, you want to be able to focus more so on, okay, there's millions upon millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people out there potentially that are not buying our console, and they're not going to buy our console, and they're not buying our games. They're not going to buy our games. It's not necessarily go all in, rip the Band-Aid off, let's just take all our games and throw them everywhere. No, it's more strategic than that. It's let's just keep, tiptoeing in different directions and seeing what works and what doesn't. And again, I brought this up numerous times, but the best example of this has to be Helldivers 2. I just saw the new update that they put out, and the trailer has like over 1.5 million views, and you see over 105,000 people suddenly back on Helldivers 2 on Steam alone playing this game. And it's like, if Sony was not willing to at least try to be like, what if we do just put this game day one on PC? Is that going to erode console sales? Are we going to lose console players if we do that? You look at the PS5 sales, no, not at all. And it turned out to be one of the biggest success stories for PlayStation in recent memory. So there is absolutely precedent for this to occur, for them to try to go in this direction. But I do think it is a shift. It is a shift that Sony is letting us know that not only has it already been occurring, but it's probably going to happen a little bit more so going forward. People want to see Sony just do exactly what Microsoft is doing so they can say, LOL, now you see PlayStation's no different than Xbox. And it's like, that's not going to happen, at least not right now, not anytime soon. And that's why I highlight console sales. Because if the PlayStation 5 was sitting at 30 million units right now, yes, you would be seeing Sony out here marketing the shit out of God of War 2018 releasing on Xbox and Switch 2. Yes, you would. This is what people want to ignore, and they want to come to me and say, I'm trying to spin something. I'm not trying to spin anything. I'm trying to do the exact opposite. I'm going to have my opinions. You can disagree with them, and we'll see what ends up happening. But I'm not going to take people sitting here telling me that I'm trying to spin something. Like, no, dude. No, in fact, I would actually I'll turn it back around on you. If you're telling me I'm trying to spin something, I'm going to say it's actually you that's trying to do the spinning here. It's you that's trying to make this a tangled mess when it really doesn't have to be. No one's saying Microsoft is losing. That's the whole thing. Maybe to be fair, maybe there are weirdos out there, there are people out there trying to say that Microsoft is losing, but I've already had this conversation. You won't see these clips on the internet. You won't see these clips on the internet because it makes people who do the clipping look stupid. We've had this conversation over and over again that Microsoft lost the battle, not the war. Nobody has won the war. And if you want to talk about it that way, winning a war, Microsoft bought multiple publishers to then have Sony, who didn't buy any publishers, make more revenue than them overall. So that's not me saying Microsoft lost anything. That's just me saying if you want to frame it that way, it still doesn't fall in your favor. I'm not trying to frame it that way. All right. We got, where are we at here? Ice Rezo saying Sony pays Amazon digital rent for their Sony PlayStation Store and all of their data. Microsoft didn't spend $80 billion for Xbox. It was for Azer Cloud. I mean, that doesn't surprise me. I wouldn't be surprised if that's how it all pans out, because at the end of the day, Microsoft, they became a $3.2 trillion company mostly through cloud. Yeah, through cloud and through enterprise. So the idea that Microsoft somehow would try to funnel all that back to cloud, everything they're doing in gaming, I mean, yeah. I mean, can't verify that with what you're saying with Amazon, but we have JD Gamer with 2 super chats saying the console war is over. Both Xbox and Nintendo gave up on the traditional console war. Nintendo gave up on traditional consoles in 2006 with the release of the Wii and Xbox, gave up in 2016 with games on PC. With all of that said, 3 platform holders are winning. Let's make this clear. All of them are winning. Xbox definitely lost the console war, but they are winning in gaming, and key here growing fast. And I can absolutely agree. See, I can agree with that, JD Gamer. Like, I know you're an Xbox dude through and through. I can absolutely agree with that, because it doesn't. The thing that's more interesting to me is framing it less so in the winning or losing, but like, if I had to pick one, I'm more on that side. Like, yes, even you're admitting here that they lost the console war, and it's like, I'm not trying to be that person again that's like on the island that's like, we won, bro, we won. It's like, bro, it's been over. Can we like move on? I am moving on. Like, I'm more interested in future implications of all this. Right now, if you look at Sony, Nintendo, and Microsoft, here's my quick evaluation of all 3. Nintendo, I agree with what you're saying. They gave up on the traditional console a while ago, and they found success with the Wii. The Wii was not a traditional console. They found so much success that even Microsoft and Sony tried to chase what they were doing, which was stupid. And then they completely fell off the horse with the Wii U. And from that point forward, it was clear that the only way you're going to really make a meaningful impact is you got to think outside the box, literally, like outside the console. And you got to do something no one's expecting. And they did just that. They caught lightning in a bottle with the Switch. They had the Switch 2. The Switch 2 seems like it's going to do just fine. And what happens beyond the Switch 2 remains to be seen. Something tells me they're going to stick with it with the Switch 3, 4, so on and so forth. Do I think Sony's hinting at day one PC releases in the future? I'll talk about that next. Remind me if I forget, Mr. B. I do want to have that discussion. When it comes to Microsoft, Microsoft is winning because they had to pay to win. And that's fine. It's business. It shouldn't hurt somebody to say that Microsoft paid to win. It shouldn't hurt them to say that, because it's business at the end of the day. And that's absolutely that's not against the rules. You could make an argument that at certain scales, this is why government intervention might be necessary, because it's not even that it'll be against the rules, it's that you're going to break the entire system. But I don't think we're seeing that with what Microsoft's doing. Not yet, anyway. We probably won't. So, yeah, Microsoft did what they had to do to not only stay in the race, but allow their players to, quote unquote, win in a certain way, because the message from Microsoft has been made clear, just like it was with Nintendo. Nintendo said, if you're coming to us for a traditional console, you're not getting that. And you're just going to have to accept that. And everybody did. It's like, okay, we can't force you to make a traditional console, so we'll just have to accept what you're doing now and go somewhere else for the traditional console. When it comes to Microsoft, they're making a similar statement where they're like, we're not trying to give you the best console experience. We're not prioritizing anybody who buys the Xbox console. It'll be a competent enough device, and it's gonna be overall fine. But we want you on Game Pass. And if you're not on Game Pass, we probably want you to buy our games. And if you're not on Xbox, we're totally fine if you go to PlayStation PC or even Switch to when you buy our games there. So that's what Microsoft wants. Microsoft either wants you on Game Pass paying each month, or they want you buying their video games. They do not care about the console or even their own platform anymore, seemingly. They just want you to buy their games or sub to their service. That's all that matters. Sony is in this position where their message is a little bit more unclear. The message from Sony is we want you to buy our console, and we want you to buy games on that console, and we want you to buy accessories on that console, and we really want you to just be part of the console ecosystem. But they also have no choice now but to say, however, and they say this part a little bit more quieter, if you don't want to buy it though, we're releasing some games on PC, so you could go check those out. Make sure you make a PSN account, yeah, you can buy PlayStation Portal and subscribe to PS Plus and access PS5 games that way. Sure. Yeah. And this is, this is what Sony is doing. They're being a little bit quieter about it because boss is trying to hold me back. They're being a little bit more quieter because they are afraid that if they get too loud with that, where it's like the message starts to come across as what Microsoft has done. Microsoft unsuccessfully, they did not thread the needle. People were immediately afraid that, oh, you're like walking out on the console, aren't you? You're giving up on it. And it's like, no. And for like a decade, they tried to not give up on it, but it just got to a point where it's like, listen, we had to buy Bethesda and Activision, and it was the only way for us to survive. And we can't do the console thing the same way anymore. We just can't. Sorry. Boss is like, chill, please. He's like, MBG, just step back for a moment, bro. He's like, whoa. Say it as quiet as you want. Those ponies went nuclear when games on the PC. I mean, that's the thing. Like, even the most hardcore PlayStation players, like you're talking about, like, the most hardcore Sony ponies, like, they need to just get the fuck over it or leave, because it's not going to change. Like, or retro game and just pretend it's like, the way things used to be. Like, go stay on PS4 and just pretend, or PS3 or PS. And I'm not trying to be rude when I say that. Like, it's just like, guys, what are we, like, it's done, bro. Like, Sony has been putting games on PC for years. Helldivers 2 is more successful on PC than PlayStation. What do you want from me? What do you want from PlayStation? He's like, you still talking, bro? Boss, I wish I could be as chill as you, man. Lux, you're saying, what's a traditional console? Nintendo predates PlayStation, and they've always innovated or had quirky aspects to their consoles and handhelds. I think when people say traditional console, they basically are referring to the extended period of time where there was a concrete expectation of, like, that you don't deviate from. And that did exist for a while. And I don't know the exact time frame, but I knew it was like for decades, basically, where you roll out a console, you try to have some features. They don't have to necessarily be quirky, but they have to have some feature set. It has to have some level of feature set. And then you have exclusive games, and then you show third-party support. And you make it hopefully easy for developers to put games on your platform. That's basically how it's been. And all of that is in an effort to, that's all supposed to come together to convince the buyer, and here's why you don't want to buy the other console, and you want to buy ours instead. I think that's what people mean when they say traditional console. And that, if you think about it, like, that doesn't exist anymore. Mostly. You could say, well, it still exists with Nintendo because, like, Nintendo's games aren't going anywhere. And that's true, but notice how people have also completely embraced the idea of not making Nintendo their main, but making it a necessary supplement. If not necessary supplement, it's their second main, right? Like it's Nintendo has successfully positioned themselves to where like no matter where you choose to go, you're probably going to want to switch, right? Like whether you're on PC, you're probably going to want to switch. You're on PlayStation, probably going to want to switch at some point. Xbox, same thing. And there are, I think, some people out there where that is their main console. Not many, but at least I don't think it's that many. And I just think that this is, this just does. That's Nintendo. So what's Microsoft? Microsoft is we'll do that, but with games. So now you just have Sony. Sony doesn't. I want something to be clear here. The fans don't want, like, PlayStation console fans, they don't want the PlayStation to die out or to, erode and become so deprioritized. Like, I don't care what anybody says, dude. Like, if you're gaming on the Xbox console right now, and I don't mean this in an offensive way, I'm saying this to somebody where this is exactly how I would feel if I was gaming on the Xbox console. It's not that you can't enjoy it. You absolutely can. But there's no denying that you look at what's happening and you are forced to just accept that Microsoft has turned to you and said, bro, you're like third or fourth on the list right now. Okay? Sorry, but you are. And that, again, that doesn't have to be the determining factor in whether you're going to enjoy your Xbox or not, whether you're going to enjoy Game Pass on your Xbox. Well, let me rephrase this. Microsoft is turning to you and saying, listen, I can only offer you one thing. I can't promise you a better console. I can't promise you the highest support on that console. Look, we're prioritizing PlayStation right now and selling games in other places. But there is one thing I can promise you, and that is Game Pass. So it's not nothing, right? That, like, for the people who are still on Xbox, that's everything. Like, you know what, Microsoft? That's cool, bro. You keep giving me those games in the Game Pass. You don't have to give me anything else. And that works. Like, that's working for Microsoft for now, anyway. And I think that that's, it just, the two things I just highlighted with Nintendo and with Microsoft, like, neither of them are doing the traditional console thing. And the only reason Sony isn't giving up on it, or they're not like immediately jumping away from it or running away from it, is because it's still working for them. Like, I've tried so hard to tell people, like, that one person, and I know I keep referencing this person because it's just so funny to me that it's like this person responds to me on Twitter like, you're trying to spin it. I literally I put out a post saying the PlayStation console has plateaued. And they're like, you're trying to spin it, bro. They're like, Microsoft was right the whole time. Bro, do you think Microsoft would be doing anything that they're doing now in the way that they're doing it if they sold 80 million Xboxes? Like, there's no way people think that, right? I'm not saying they wouldn't still have games on PC. Yeah, they would. There's some things they would still be doing. But do you think they'd be marketing Forza Horizon 5, PS5 Pro Enhanced, if they sold 80 million Xbox consoles right now? And PlayStation was at 30 million. No. Maybe if PlayStation and Xbox were at 80 million each, maybe. You could make an argument there. But if the roles were reversed, dude, Microsoft would be trying to murder Sony right now. Are you kidding me? That's the way it used to be. Do you think they would eventually go everywhere? You could be right about that, Lux. And I'm sorry, I'm missing these super chats here. You could be right about that because apparently there were like rumors that even during the Xbox One days, like Microsoft was thinking about putting the Master Chief Collection on PlayStation. I'm like, that's crazy. Bro, that was in the thick of Microsoft still trying to, like, they were like, we're going to sell 200 million units, bro. I'm like, okay. But Lux, you have a super chat here. Oh, wait, hold on. JD Gamer. I'll read JD Gamer's chats and then Lux, I'll read yours. JD Gamer says Xbox said they want fans buying their console based on what the console is capable of doing and expect the largest tech leap ever seen in a generation. I expect that the next Xbox will absolutely be crazy powerful and some kind of hybrid while being slim margins, but not subsidized like current consoles. I agree with that. Yeah. The next Xbox, I think, is going to be insanely expensive. I think Microsoft's going to approach it the way they approach their Surface line. So basically, what Microsoft does is they create a really premium and expensive Surface line of products. And it's supposed to kind of be like the gold standard of like, this is the most you can achieve with our software and our hardware. And they kind of leave it to the what are they called? The other brand. There's a name for them. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank on it, but they leave it to the other brands like Asus and Dell and Lenovo and all these other brands to like, you can do it however you want. You can make it cheaper, more affordable. You can make it even more premium. You can do something totally OEMs. Thank you. Yeah, they leave it to the OEMs to offer the different scalable options, right, in terms of pricing and performance and what it's capable of. But Microsoft positions themselves with Surface as like, but this is the gold standard. Like you're probably not going to find something better than this. I think they're going to do that with Xbox, and I think it will be a hybrid. Yeah, like a PC hybrid. And it's not a bad idea. It's just I think it's not going to matter, because I think if you look at Surface, the Surface line, it's for a specific customer. The Surface line, at least in my opinion, and maybe I'm wrong about this, I'd have to look at the data. It's been a while, but my understanding is that the Surface line is for the Microsoft hardcore, like those who don't want to go somewhere else. Like they don't care what they get. They just want something from Microsoft. And Microsoft is like, all right, we'll give you something. It'll be expensive, but we'll give you something good. I think that's exactly what's going to happen with the next Xbox, where it's Microsoft doing what Microsoft does, where they're like, listen, man, we're not going to not make Xboxes. It's just that it's going to be for the most hardcore Microsoft / Xbox fan that just won't, as long as we're offering something, they'll be there and they'll pay for it. And I think Sony does that with their phones, dude. I think that's exactly what Sony, like, if I'm not mistaken, Sony still sells the Xperia line. I just saw there was like another Xperia announced, and it's like $1,500 or something. And it's like absurd, but they don't move hardly any units, but for the few, whoever's still left out there that wants to buy the latest Xperia, Sony will sell that to you and they'll make a profit off of it. It's serving a small audience, but with decent margins. So I agree. I think that's where they're going to go, or that's the direction they're going to go in. Lux, you're saying, talking about the hardcore ponies, the Uncharted subreddit had a post saying that Uncharted 4 is better looking than GTA 6. Open world and GTA 6 looks fire. Bro, that's crazy, bro. I don't know why do people do that? I swear, there's just people, they want the chaos. They want to create the fires. Where it's like, why do you think Uncharted 4 has any business being compared to GTA 6? This is legitimately apples to oranges. Why? Why would we? Not only is there just such a massive time gap between those games, but they're two very, very different games. And what you should be doing is saying, man, Uncharted 4 is such an amazing, phenomenal looking game. It even holds up today. Still one of the best looking games today. Anyway, GTA 6 is also a phenomenal looking game. I mean, look at this open world. How could an open world game look this good? That's how the conversation's supposed to go every time. But you're always going to get that one person or the small group of people that are like, yeah, well, I still think Uncharted 4 looks better than GTA 6. And it's like, I think Uncharted 4 also looks better than Plants vs. Zombies. Yep, I know. Crazy, right? Crazy. Absolutely wild. Corey says, easy, bro. They want the smoke. Listen, it's fun to compare things until it becomes unnecessarily toxic. GTA 6 ain't got nothing on Peppa Pig. I'm just saying, man, I see it all over. I see there's people earnestly fighting over this shit. And maybe I'm just like not understanding it's a joke or something, but it sure doesn't, like, the longer it goes on, it's like I don't think that I could have believed this was a joke. Seeing how far it's went, it's become clear it's not a joke. And now I'm just disappointed. Neutral Zone, a member for 18 months, says, this is the route Xbox was always going to take. None of those companies make that much money with consoles. Well, I mean, I don't know. Ultimately, every company who got involved in console gaming wants what Sony has right now. And maybe Nintendo as well. But I would say, I would say both Sony and Nintendo. Straight up. Like, Sony and Nintendo are the quote unquote winners simply because you have to understand that there is a very good, logical, rational reason that makes perfect business sense as to why any of these companies, and even past companies like Sega and others that have failed, why they even decided they want to get involved in the console space to begin with. There's two reasons. Ready? Number one, it's a large market. Very, very large. Hundreds of millions, not like 500 million, but, a couple 100 million people. That's a large ass market, dude. And you're talking about expensive products. You're talking about premium games. You're talking about premium hardware. You're talking about subscription services. The second reason is because if you can become a dominant force in a market that size where people are conditioned to spend money on products over and over again, and I'm referring to the act of buying multiple video games over the course of a year, over the course of multiple years, or even accessories and stuff like that, and buying new hardware. Yeah, you're if you can create that environment successfully, you're going to, and you could grow that at scale, as we can see with Sony, again, breaking a record and achieving over $30 billion. There's a lot of money to be made there. Now, you could make the argument that the profit margins aren't going to be as high as if you have a ton of successful live service games, and that's where the shift has occurred. You see what I'm saying? That's where the shift has occurred. Whoa. No, you can't, boss. All right, guys, we're sitting at 11 members. This is the part of the show where I'm going to encourage you to get a member train going if you're feeling inspired enough. Because we're at 11, and boss, he clearly wants his treats now. But don't, hey, damn, easy. Don't knock my coffee over. Oh my God. But yeah, that's where the shift has occurred. The shift has occurred where it's like, well, can you just make money selling games? Yes, not as much as if you were the platform that was also selling your own games while making a 30% rip from everybody else's games. Okay. What changed? What changed is live service games have become platforms. That's what has changed. What if you make a successful live service game where every $20 microtransaction, every time somebody buys a $20 skin, that's just as good or even greater than a 30% rip across millions of units sold? That has changed everything. And that's why I'm saying this is why Sony's focused on MAUs and engagement now, because Sony already has the platform. They already have the 30% rips. They already have $30+ billion in annual revenue. Now all they need are a couple of highly successful live service games. They already have their own games that sell tens of millions of units. Sony has checked off all the boxes. There's just basically one more they need to check off. And you could make an argument that they partially checked it off with Helldivers, but not quite there yet. That last box they need to check off is going to be probably the most challenging for them, as you can clearly see. And it's going to be probably the most frustrating as fans to see them go through that. But once they check that box off, they're going to be unstoppable, dude. And when I say unstoppable, I'm talking in terms of just like the growth at that point. There is another ceiling. Absolutely. Like make no mistake, there is a ceiling to all of this. It's just that nobody really knows what it looks like. Nobody, just like 20 years ago, nobody knew what the console ceiling actually looked like. It took 20 years. It took more than 20 years. It took multiple decades for everybody to see, like, okay, I think we can now safely say that the ceiling is probably around 150, between 150 and 170, give or take, right? That's about where the ceiling is in console space. If somebody breaks through that ceiling, the conversation changes. When it comes to the ceiling of users, the amount of players you can have on a single game, the amount of players you can have buying microtransactions on a single game, we have yet to see that ceiling yet. At least I mean, Fortnite might be that ceiling. I don't know what's Fortnite's peak. What was Fortnite's peak? Maybe that is the ceiling. And we have JD Gamer, I'm sorry, I forgot to read this. You're saying, MBG, it's not about the Surface, it's about Windows, just like how it's not about Xbox, it's about the storefront. It's not about PlayStation, it's about the storefront. And yes, that's the big question that I have with Sony in regards to the console is you're right, it is the storefront. You could make the argument that the biggest mistake Sony, I want to say mistake, but Sony is preventing their own growth by limiting their storefront availability. Because right now you can only get access to the PlayStation Store through the PlayStation console. Well, technically, you know what I mean. Like, you can access the PlayStation Store on the web, but you know what I mean? Like, if you want to play the game you just bought, you need a PlayStation. You know? Sony has not shown a willingness, and I think it's understandable why. They have not shown a willingness to move their store anywhere yet. And I say yet because this is where, when I talk about the shift, this is the shift that I think we're going to see slowly over the next 5, maybe 6 or 7 or 8 years. It's that if the PS6 struggles to sell as well as the PS5, that's going to be a problem for Sony. And it's going to be a problem that might have a relatively obvious solution. And this is why people talk about day and date and stuff like that. It's just, from Sony's perspective, truthfully, they see that the PS5 is likely, the PS5 has a good chance, especially because of GTA 6. The PS5 has a very good chance of doing even better than the PS4. That is immense. That is a huge success. Again, they're making more profit off the PS5 than they did the PS4 gen. Their margins are better than they ever have been, you know, in terms of the console itself. Sony is, make no mistake, they are terrified, understandably. At least this is my perception of it. They're terrified of making a big decision, like a very big announcement and big decision that could suddenly, like, cut that in half overnight. You know what I mean? They're very worried about that because they don't know how people are going to respond. They don't know how the market's going to respond in terms of console sales. And if Sony believed they could do this successfully, think about this for a moment. If Sony believed that they could take their store, the PlayStation Store, and put it everywhere where it can be available, and also allow you to play the games you bought wherever you bought them, like, kind of like what Microsoft's doing, if they could do that and still sell 120 million PlayStation consoles, they would absolutely do that overnight. However, that's just it. That's such a massive thing that I said, like, Sony is pretty certain that if they do that, you're not selling 120 million consoles. You're going to get backlash from PlayStation fans and from groups. It's going to be so intense that the perception could become the reality, or that's just going to be the reality in general, where it's like, we could have sold 120 million units, but now we're not going to get anywhere near that because everybody who would have been enticed is just going to stay where they're at. It's no different than the theory of, like, if you're on PlayStation right now, why would you ever buy an Xbox right now? You wouldn't, unless Microsoft comes out this June and says, we have this game, that game, that game, that game, and that game, Xbox exclusive, not coming to PlayStation. Don't ask for it. Unless they did that, which they're not going to do, clearly, you have no reason to even consider buying a PlayStation. And, it's not that Microsoft moved their storefront to, they didn't move their storefront to PlayStation, but it's just like, the only thing that they had that would get you to consider coming to their storefront, they gave to PlayStation. So, you're wrong. You've always been wrong, and I'm just saying this to raise your blood pressure. Blight, by the way, thank you for the super sticker. Is that a coffee, looks like? Lux, you're saying Red Dead 2 is at 70 million sales. Watch them release a remaster next gen instead of 60 FPS update now. More sales. Rockstar's the master of double dipping. Yeah. Yeah, they know what they got, bro. They know what they got, and I hate it. It's wild that you can't play Red Dead 2 at 60 FPS on console. You can on PC. It's shocking that you can't do it on console. They'll probably do exactly what you just said. Ice Razor, you're saying, MBG, do you realize Microsoft makes a lot of money from Helldivers 2 by hosting the game, live service game? The biggest expense is renting servers. Hold on, let me look this up real quick. I'm trying to figure out. It's peer-to-peer. I think it's peer-to-peer. I mean, it's different for each game. No doubt about that. Everything I'm reading says that their Helldivers 2 servers are peer-to-peer. Hold on. So, but yeah, like I said, I do think it's different for every game. I think each developer decides where they're going to have their servers. But yeah, I don't. Microsoft is the type of company to buy middleware, bro. It's very likely that some of the games that Sony's making, some of their studios, they're probably using some type of middleware that Microsoft owns. This is why I'm saying, like, there's no battle. And Microsoft is not looking to stomp Sony. Sony's not looking to stomp Microsoft. Those days legitimately, I know it happened very quick and it was sudden, but they are over. The way we need to try to view things now, I'm trying to view things more from the perspective of PlayStation. And this is, I do feel like I get reeled in and I do get gaslit. And this is why I went on that tangent about that. This is why I don't even bother posting on Twitter anymore. Because literally all I'm out here doing is telling people, like, I'm just posting that the console ceiling has been hit for PlayStation. And people want to immediately talk to me about Microsoft. And it's like, that's not part of this conversation. I know you want to make it a part of it, and I'm entertaining it like an idiot. But at the end of the day, I'm not concerned about what Microsoft is doing because they've already made their decision. We already know what they're doing. They're not hiding anything, And it's not that Sony's hiding something. It's just that Sony is in the process of making their own announcements, announcing certain changes. They literally said it's a cultural shift with the new leadership. And I'm like, that's pretty significant. And what that ultimately means for me as a PlayStation player, not an Xbox player, as a PlayStation player, is that cultural shift is likely going to have some type of impact that I will feel as a PlayStation player. Saying this sounds familiar, man. And I understand. I can understand that. That's why I understand people are going to bring up Microsoft. I just wish that the people who were going to do it, and to be fair, a lot of you have, but the people who are going to immediately bring up Microsoft, I just wish that they would be a little bit less confrontational about it. Where it's like, do you believe that Sony is doing the same thing that Microsoft is? Sony is hiding something. The PlayStation Showcase. And I get it. And I've also, to be clear, I've seen PlayStation fans freaking out too. That's also interesting. I'm living, sleeping, eating. So, oh my God. Yeah, bro. Every morning I wake up, I get my PlayStation bowl, my Sony branded spoon. I get my Sonyos. I make sure I have my, every time I buy a new gallon of milk, I put a little blue food dye in there. Got my blue milk. Oh my God, bro. Oh, I got my Sony flakes. You wouldn't put it past me. Thanks, Eternal. Thanks, bro. Man, is this really how some of you guys see me? That's concerning. You're canceling your renewal for PS Plus this month. You had it for 10 years. Why are you canceling it? Astrobot cereal. Yo, I would eat Astrobot cereal. For real. All right. Let's see. We got JD Gamer. Or sorry, hold on. Ice Razo says, MBG, do you realize? No, I read that too. Hold on. I can't even, not only can I not read right, I can't even talk right either. I'm becoming an AI. I do have a PlayStation mug, though. I do have. So actually, I guess I'm not that far off. Uh-oh. All right. Well, I mean, yeah, if you're not, bro, I've been seeing a lot of people saying they're canceling their PS Plus, and I'm an advocate for that. Like, if you don't like it and you're unsatisfied and you don't need it, like you're not using the cloud saves or you're not playing online or whatever, or you don't play online on your PS5, yeah, cancel it. Sony's got to get the message sometime, right? JD Gamer, you're saying the problem with Sony being slow to do anything with their store is that Xbox is doing something and will become the de facto gaming brand in the cloud and on PC, and everywhere else they have all the games. That's a bit loaded, JD Gamer. I mean, I'm gonna be honest here, JD Gamer, or I'm gonna be brutally honest. I've been having people tell me for the last 10 years that Microsoft with the Xbox brand or Microsoft in gaming is going to become the de facto this and the de facto that. And from what I can tell, they have not done any of that. I will agree with you that they own a copious amount of IP, and there's no denying what I can say. I don't want to say they're a de facto anything, but they are likely going to be involved with not every gamer, but most gamers to some extent. Like, what I'm trying to say is no matter where you go, you're probably not going to be able to avoid. Yeah, maybe there you go, the de facto third party publisher. Yeah, I mean that I think that makes more sense. And that is actually exactly what I'm describing, where no matter where you go, you will be interacting with Microsoft's products to some degree, to some extent. You want Call of Duty, you're interacting with a Microsoft product. You want the Elder Scrolls, Microsoft product. You know, you want to play Forza Horizon 6 on your PlayStation 5 when that comes out, Microsoft product. So, yeah, I do agree that they have become huge, but that's why I try to tell people, like, who still try to view it through the lens of like Sony and Microsoft battling over who's going to win what. It's like, Sony gets a piece of Microsoft's pie every time now, almost. Not literally every time, but like any time a game is announced from Microsoft to be launching on PS5, Microsoft is giving Sony a piece of their pie. And if you're wondering, like, what did Sony have to do for that pie? I kid you not, worry about growing their own business. Yeah. People need to understand that Satya Nadella's mindset as Microsoft CEO is he's not trying to, that's what's so ironic, bro. Like, Satya Nadella is such a snake. This is the same man who sat there and said, if they want competition, then let us compete. With an evil ass smile. Like, bro knew he was lying. Like, we're not, like, kidding me? Compete? We're worth trillions of dollars. Sony, you want to get to, if anything, listen, you know what Microsoft wants? Microsoft wants to help Sony get to that $1 trillion mark. That's what they want. Because that means, that likely means that Microsoft's going to grow too. That's Microsoft's mind. That's the mindset of a $1 trillion corporation, dude. $1 trillion corporation is absolutely pro corporation. They're not trying to. It's all about using, they view all of this as a chessboard, and they're using certain pieces as pawns. I'm not necessarily saying they're using Sony as a pawn. It's just like, Microsoft just views Sony as, frankly, an asset at this point. And that's, again, like Sony, like, you have to think of it like this. I want you to think of it like this. Imagine you're like in competition with a neighbor, right? And your neighbor is the richest person in the state. I mean, they are unfathomably rich. They and they don't hide that. They're way, way richer than you. But, they're trying to compete with you. What would be a common thing you could, maybe with like lawn care or something? That's something that a lot of homeowners compete with, right? Lawn care, or not just lawn care, but just landscaping in general. And it's like this person who has all this money and all this resource, or I guess, well, cars, I feel like that's a little bit different because you definitely can pay for a better car, like objectively, but it's like, no matter what, they can't beat you. Like, they can't beat the guy who's has just so much less money and resource than they do. They're just so good at that lawn care. They're so Their skill is too high, bro. Their skill level's too high. And eventually your neighbor who's like 100 times richer than you are is just like, you know what? Listen. I can't do this. I no matter how much money I throw at it, no matter what I do, you still end up having the better lawn, the better landscaping. I don't know how, but you do. Can we just if I offer to give you a portion of my income that makes me as rich as I am, and all you got to do in return is just connect our lawns, would you do that? It's like that's how I see it, man. That's what has happened. That's noise pollution is a real problem. Microsoft has $90 billion in cash. Do I think they'll grab another? But Microsoft and Sony are not neighbors. Sony are nowhere near Microsoft's size or wealth. Microsoft is in a gated community. Well, it's not the best analogy. Certainly not. I could probably, if I gave it more time, I could probably think of something better. But, it just goes to show, man, that like, just because Microsoft is a lot bigger and more valuable, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're just going to be able to automatically win in any market they go in. Damn, Smurf knows what I'm talking about. Lux, you're saying Helldivers 2 uses Microsoft's Azer PlayFab. Okay, I don't even know what that is, and that's what I mean. Yeah, I mean, this is where, like, when people point stuff like that out, if anything, it just makes it clear that Sony and Microsoft are more closely aligned partner-wise, making money off of each other than we even realize. Like, let me ask you this. JD Gamer, I'm going to read this in just a second, but I just want to get this question out there. Do you think, if I were to ask you the question, do you think Microsoft is annoyed that Sony in the gaming division, in the gaming market, is making more money than they are quarterly? I think Microsoft's making like 21, 22, 23 billion dollars, and Sony just announced that they made like 31 billion. They made like a 10 billion more in the gaming market. Obviously Microsoft makes way more than Sony does. Do you think that Microsoft is bothered by that? Like they're annoyed by it? And JD Gamer is saying, no, MBG, what I mean is that they will be everywhere, literally on your TV, on your PC, and still on console, while Sony has left itself only tied to the console. Xbox will be everywhere and OEMs will help. Well, that's why I'm saying, like, who's to say Sony isn't going to do that same thing? And that's where, people might say, oh, well, I guess Microsoft was right. But it's like, well, you could say that, but that would imply that Sony wasn't already doing this too. And what I mean by that is, like, Sony has also been expanding. I just think people fail to look at the appropriate nuance that is, one company decided they're going to expand immediately because their back's against the wall and they have no choice. The other is trying to do so comfortably and strategically because of the amount of success that they have found. I do think that what you're describing, JD Gamer, listen, I've already talked about this before. If you want to know what the end game for PlayStation is, it's being an app. It's being an app that opens a storefront, that opens up eventually there will be a PlayStation app that you can access. It doesn't matter what you have. You will open it and you will be, you're in PlayStation. That's the future of PlayStation. And it is crazy to me that, like, certain people for some reason don't see that, where it's like, you guys think we're going to be on like the PlayStation 8 or something and Sony's just going to be like, this is fine? There will be a PlayStation 8. And Sony will gladly sell you and me and every other person who grew up playing a PlayStation console a PlayStation 8. But you're not going to need it. That's like, that should be crystal clear to anybody who's watching what's happening to gaming. I'm not saying that means you should, like, if you don't like that future and you don't like that for whatever reason, I'm not saying you have to partake in it. I'm just saying that's where all of this is headed. You know? Sony fired their UX developer. Did that like just come out now or something? Yo, what? Hold on. What is this? The Xperia 1.7 was designed in collaboration with the engineers of the Alpha Walkman. Bro, Sony's still out here talking about the Walkman. I don't think anybody's got to worry about them not making PlayStation consoles. Holy shit. What? Perfect Image. I'm sorry, buddy. I don't know if you're still here. I just checked. I know I'm late to it. You have a direct donation. You're saying MBG, if there were less zombie titles, Sony would win. Like they did with Ghost and Ghost 2 and the titles that are similar to Uncharted. You think they need some more diverse games? I know Perfect Image. I know. You're like, damn Sony. Damn you, Sony, and your freaking zombie games. I'm so tired of them. Too many. Too many zombie games, bro. Um, MBG, they talk about the Walkman. I don't know of any product that uses that name currently. There would be no PlayStation without Walkman. This is true. This is true. The Walkman money built the PlayStation brand. Exactly. You love to see it. What will the PlayStation money build? Well, listen, we've been talking about this for a while, and I know I think I got a little bit too ranty at certain points, but I just think the really important thing to walk away with here ultimately is to walk away understanding that Sony is outlining it for us. They're outlining it for us and letting us know that a shift has occurred. And what this means for people who like what we call the more traditional aspects of Sony, PlayStation, and the console space, we can't say exactly. But there are obviously some things in front of us that I think are more than obvious to look at and say, like, okay, well, this is probably going to be a part of it. I'll be honest, man. I'm just getting tired of talking about Xbox. I don't know. I'm going to have to do something about it, man. It's funny because I started out the stream. Somebody mentioned how uh, people were complaining to like Colin Moriarty or something, saying he's talking too much about Xbox. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know. It's just I don't know. I don't know what it is. Maybe it could. It's if I had to guess, it's probably just the fact that Microsoft's doing a lot of different things right now. But it's just having this. The reality is having this conversation about PlayStation in isolation without thinking about Microsoft, without thinking about Nintendo. There's nothing necessarily bad. There's nothing inherently bad. Lux, you see what you're doing, bro? Like, I don't mind talking about it. It's mostly me. I just got to learn to move on, you know? Lux, you're saying, won't PlayStation Plus be required to play Death Stranding 2? Actually, I think it's not. Um, check. PlayStation Plus is not required to access the asynchronous multiplayer elements on Death Stranding 2 on the beach. Wow. Dude, Sony gives Kojima the special treatment. What about Elden Ring? Hold on, though. You do need it for Elden Ring. Yo. Well, all right. Maybe if you think about it, they probably make an exception for Kojima because you're not actually playing with other players. To be fair, the asynchronous multiplayer they're talking about, yeah, it is different. This would be the equivalent if the only thing you could do in Elden Ring was like read people's messages, and Sony locked that behind PS Plus. I mean, either way, it's shitty that they lock anything like that behind PS Plus, but you know, it is a little different. So I get it. But yeah, man, let me talk about this in isolation a little bit. You know, I talked to you guys yesterday, and I've been talking to you about live service games, and a lot of replies I've seen from people are them basically saying that they are worried, if not worried, annoyed that Sony shifting their priority to MAUs and engagement means that they're not pumping the brakes with live service. And I have told you guys, and I will continue to tell you guys that, yeah, they're not going to ever pump the brakes on live service. And it's at some point, I think PlayStation players are going to have to accept this. I'm not saying you have to be happy about it. I'm just saying it's like, in the same way that, you know, think of it like this. In the same way that from the transition from the PS2 to the PS3 to the PS4 eras, you saw Sony go from, they basically transformed a lot of their first party output into really highly cinematic games, and you know, try to go for photorealism, and all of their studios started kind of doing this, and suddenly you're not seeing the types of games that like Sly Cooper, like Crash Bandicoot, like many others that I'm even failing to mention right now. They seem to have like moved away from those types of games, and instead just are like, we're going to start making these, you know, really high quality single player, photorealistic, cinematic, third person, dramatic, you know, types of games. And I think that there were people, you know, who watched that transition and were kind of annoyed with it. I remember, because I still see it today, where people are like, bro, I'm tired of seeing Sony make these types of games. And now for a lot of us, these are the games that we love the most. But it's interesting to think that we're probably going to be watching that happen. I don't think it's going to be as extreme. I think Sony tried to do that, but it failed. But we're going to be watching that unfold, where it's like, yeah, man, live service games, like I said, they are not a trend. People talk about chasing the live service trend, and it's like, it's not a trend. For a company like Sony, for a brand like PlayStation, it's a necessity, and it will always be. You could make the argument that for smaller publishers and for smaller companies, it is maybe chasing a trend, or you could get away with calling it that because it's too dangerous. Like, you'll kill your brand, you'll kill your company. Sony has to do this because as long as they continue to make money, as long as they continue to be able to see the type of money that these successful live service games make, that they only get 0.3 of, they only get 30%, it will be a priority to have your own, where you at least one or two where you get 100%, and maybe more. If they can have more, they'll go for it. But the good news is, and this is the silver lining, I think. People are quick, I am too, to highlight Sony's failings in this area. Look at, look at Concord. Look at all the live service games that got canceled. Blue Point making a live service God of War. What the hell is that? What even is that? For as bad as it all has been in terms of Sony's failed live service efforts, they still are able to make it so that we still have Death Stranding 2 coming this year. We still have Ghost of Yotei coming this year. We still have Soros coming, Intergalactic, Wolverine. I think it's not perfect. Like I said, like we would be looking at a different outcome where we'd have maybe even double the amount of single player games, or at least a third more. But it's just good to know that Sony was not unwise enough, to foolish enough. It's a better way to put it, to actually throw it all out. Where they understood that if this whole thing collapses, we need to have a couple pillar games that are going to be able to carry us through till we can, get back on our feet. And they did that. They had that safety net, and that was smart. I want to see Sony succeed in live service just because if they ever make a live service game that I really like, I would love to play it. I like certain live service games. It's like I said to you earlier, I just don't want to see this prioritization of, hey, MAUs and engagement completely come at the expense of we're going to erode single player titles and the core audience that built this, to what it is. They got to be very careful about that. And Pushing Polygons comes in and renews his membership today.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Pushing Polygon, thank you so much for that, man. I really appreciate that support. Thank you to everybody who's been showing support today. I can only do this because you make it possible. Oof, Lux, that's unpleasant. Pragmatic Cat, a member for 38 months. Thank you for that long-time member support. Saying the reason PlayStation is better than Xbox is because Sony's main product is PlayStation, whereas Microsoft makes cloud servers, etc. Sony also chose to focus on PlayStation productions rather than acquire Paramount. Yeah, and I'll always appreciate that. The question is always going to remain, and that is, could Xbox have evolved into something else, something better, if they were on their own? If they were left on their own? And unfortunately, I think the answer is no. I mean, to some people, it feels like we did get a definitive answer, but I feel like no. If Microsoft never intervened with their money and decided to acquire publishers, I don't know. I mean, maybe Microsoft could still have had some kind of fighting chance, but they probably wouldn't have been able to turn it around. And so you're seeing such a dramatic shift in the overall philosophy of what Xbox. You're seeing such a dramatic transformation of what Xbox is because Microsoft is now in charge. Microsoft wasn't really in charge before. Like, yeah, they were the parent company and they were like, you report to me, let me know what's going on. But they weren't running the ship. They weren't even on the ship. They just let them do what they wanted to. And at some point, they were like, we're taking over now. I feel like with what we're seeing with Sony, like Sony has taken over Sony, or Sony has taken over Sony. Sony has taken over PlayStation already. Sony's taken over Sony, bro. What is going on? Holy shit, what's going on out here? Sony corporate has already taken over PlayStation, but that's because Sony corporate was always all over PlayStation from the moment it was, created. So there's always been a certain level of corporate with PlayStation, just like there was with Nintendo. And so much of Sony's identity and what they are as a company, and more importantly, the overall success, is from PlayStation. So because of that, yeah, there's like this, I don't know, there's this inherent learned just they have this experience. Like they had to learn the hard way. And it's not that Microsoft didn't learn the hard way. It's just that by the time Microsoft learned the hard way, Sony already did. Sony was well past that. And and certainly Nintendo was too. So I think it's just the fact that Xbox, when they were on their own, it took them too long, I think, to find the success that they did and then to lose it. And by the time they got humbled, I think it was too late. I do. I think it was too late. Breaking news, Sony is taking over Sony. Sony has announced they're acquiring Sony. Holy shit. This is the craziest acquisition I've ever witnessed. And I think sometimes people mistake the conversations I have about PlayStation. Like I know that people want, the more classic MBG or whatever, where it's like we want to like get aggressive and talk about Xbox and how they need to get their shit together and whatnot. But it's like, I don't know, man. I still want Xbox obviously to do good. But now I don't know. My entire perception of it has changed. Like Xbox to me is literally just, unless they announce some major shift again, but to me, Xbox is now, they're EA, they're Ubisoft, they're a major publisher. Like they're bigger than them and they have more products than them and more studios. Absolutely. But I'm like, there was this period of time that just passed where like, I kind of realized, okay, maybe I was overhyping some of this stuff because of its novelty. And that's normal. I think everybody was doing that because it's like, holy shit, Gears of War on PlayStation. But then I like really think about it, I'm like, wait though, am I actually that excited for that? You get like, I realize it's the notion. It's the novelty and the notion for a lot of it, not all of it, but for most of it, where it's like, bro, you could have played Forza Horizon 5. Like I saw people, they were like making fun of because like how is there an NDA on Forza Horizon 5 and this game's over 4 years old? And I was like, I'm like, yeah, what is up with that? That is weird. Like if I wanted to, I could have booted up Forza Horizon 5 on my PC and streamed it. And it would have seemed like I was breaking my NDA, but it's like I'm not, because I'm not playing it on PlayStation. And it's just in thinking about that kind of makes me realize like, all right, yeah, I mean it's standard practice. It's just funny to me in a way. So I don't know, man. I just think that there was this period of time, and I think the Gears of War announcement is what put the nail in not the nail in the coffin. The show's over, in my opinion. In my opinion, it's not actually over. Like you're going to see Halo announced for PlayStation. You're going to see people going crazy on the internet for some reason. You're going to see a day one game like Gears of War E-Day announced for PS5, dropping the same day as Xbox, and people are going to lose it over that. For me, I don't know. The show is over because it's like, oh, all right, well, this is done. Like, I get it. It's fine. Like, let's just focus now on analyzing Microsoft as a publisher and judging them as a publisher. And when I watch the Xbox showcase on June 8th, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm going to be going into this Xbox showcase as if it was like a Ubisoft event or an EA event where it's just like, all right, you're probably going to show me like 10, 15, 20, I don't know, it'll give or take. I don't know how many things are going to show, but you're going to show me a lot of stuff. I might just walk out of here with 2, 3, maybe 4 things that I'm interested in. And that's how I view it, But for me, it just kind of once again reaffirms that like because people make the joke, they're like, oh, the Xbox showcase is the PlayStation showcase. I'm like, no, 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 no. Like, that's very flattering for Microsoft, but like, no. PlayStation showcase is PlayStation showcase. Like, I want to see PlayStation Studios. Not saying PlayStation Studios can't disappoint me. God knows that has happened. But for me, it's just like, no, I want to see Sony show off and their studios show off their games, because I know I'm not going to see that at the Xbox showcase. I know I won't see that at Ubisoft or, a Capcom event or anything like that. I only anticipate 4 games. No. Well, I don't know how many games I'm going to see at the Xbox showcase that I'm going to like. I'm not sure. What I know is that I'm not going to be going into the Xbox showcase focused on the fact that those games are coming to PlayStation. What I mean by that is, like if Gears of War E-Day shows up, which it probably will, and at the end it's like launching holiday 2026, and at the bottom then they show the logos, there's a PS5 logo, I'm not going to be like, oh shit, oh my god, oh, it's just like, no, that's, wow, yeah, there you go. Did it look good? Like, because if it did, yeah, maybe I'll play it. Maybe, right? If it looked good enough. That I'm saying I don't want to let the novelty, like, because I see what's going on here, and it's smart. It's natural. It's like, it's maybe overinflating Microsoft's products because now they're entering a domain that they were forbidden to enter. So, you know what I mean? It adds this like allure to it. But at least for me, in kind of taking a step back, I've kind of realized, like, though, it is still Microsoft. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's still Microsoft. And yeah, there's a reason why I never, like, it's a little bit, it is different now, because like, it's not just, it's Bethesda, it's Activision, but it's like when I get hyped about Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4, which I'm definitely looking forward to playing. I don't know why, but like, that doesn't register in my brain as a Microsoft game. It is like, it's owned by Microsoft, but it's like, do you get what I'm saying? I don't see it that way. Even like Call of Duty, bro. Like, what's so weird is I still play some Call of Duty, and that still hasn't registered to me as a Microsoft game. Like, if I didn't know that Microsoft acquired them, I don't think I would even know. I'd be like, yeah, it's exactly the same, basically. Oh, by the way, I heard, this is some good news talking about Call of Duty. Remember when we were covering like a week ago, there was a report that claimed Activision was looking into monetizing game modes through a battle pass? Apparently that was shot down, and they're not doing that. And I'm like, okay, thank God. We were going to have a problem, bro. I'm like, there's no way, right? So that's some good news. Microsoft Studio games have a higher overall Metacritic rating than PlayStation Studios. What the F must be Flight Simulator throughout the years. Flight Simulator carrying Microsoft's ass again, bro. Microsoft better be thankful for that. Microsoft better be thankful for that damn Microsoft Flight Simulator. You know what I'm saying? Microsoft acquiring Microsoft Flight Simulator. No, I don't know. It's a weird situation, man, where, I'm just kind of ready for the next major transition, whatever that is, because I feel like the whole thing of Microsoft, I'm ready for this conversation to end and a new one to emerge. That's all I'm trying to say, because I do think that there are people who are they have turned and they continue to turn these conversations into something they're really not, and it gets exhausting. Actually, Digital Dude, I did see that, and it was kind of horrifying. Like, I legitimately was like, I don't, like, he kind of looked like, he kind of looked like John Madden. I saw a picture. He kind of looked like him. But I'm like, how is he going to act like John Madden, bro? Because if Nicolas Cage can convince me he's John Madden, he might be the greatest actor of all time. Because I don't know. I I just feel like I'm looking at Nicolas Cage dressed as, doing like a cosplay of John Madden. He looked good though. Like it kind of did look like him. But that's gonna be an interesting movie. Microsoft bought their way into gaming relevance. They did, yeah, they did. So did Sony. Hmm. Guys, hold on. Face Off was a great movie, dude. Face Off. Oh my god. Microsoft is a gated community. No, well, that's the thing. Like, Sony buy their way to success? Did Microsoft buy their way to success? It's just that like both did. It's just that they did on very different scales. Like realistically speaking, you cannot compare the amount of money and resource that Microsoft acquired through Bethesda and Activision Blizzard to literally anything Sony has ever bought for the PlayStation brand. They are not comparable. But that doesn't mean Sony didn't pay for certain things as well, and of course they did. They paid for exclusivity. They acquired certain studios back in the day. There's no doubt about that. These are business tactics that, again, any company, if they have the means, if they have the capital, they can leverage, they can use. So, I will say that, Jack, like this is where I will get a little bit defensive of Sony in this area, just a little bit, where like you you can't really compare Sony buying Naughty Dog in 2001 and helping build that studio up to where they are today to, a studio like I don't know who would even be a comparable studio for Microsoft. I'm not even sure. It's like I don't even know. I literally don't even know what studio to compare that to because they're just so different. Even like Sucker Punch, bro. Like Sucker Punch, Sony bought them in 2011 after they did like an Infamous game or two with them, and they were like, these guys are pretty good. I think Sony has a tried and true proven way. It's dangerous though. Sometimes, like if you make a bad bet and you buy a studio like Firewalk, you give them a chance, and it's like, okay, Microsoft acquired all that through being an overall successful company. Otherwise, they'd go under. Yeah, well, that's what I mean. I mean, I wanted, truthfully, I wanted Microsoft, I wanted Xbox to find success on their own. That's if you think about it. Oh my god, dude. Oh man. Okay, hold on. I totally forgot to mention this. I totally forgot to tell you guys about this. I couldn't believe this shit. So I was scrolling through Twitter. Okay. I was scrolling through Twitter and I came across a clip. I don't know where this clip came from. And I'll be honest, like it was me talking. At first I was like, is that AI? Did somebody like AI my voice or something? But then I realized, oh my God, that's real. I did do that. Like, wait till you hear this shit. I don't even think I can find it now. So I came across this clip and it said something like MBG used to be an Xbot or something. He even was on Crap Gamer's show. And I was like, what the fuck is this? I was like, I was never on anybody's show. I was like, when I did YouTube, I never collaborated with anybody. The only collaboration I ever did was I think I was on a Sacred Symbols Plus episode one time. Yeah, dude. Oh my God. Apparently, this was like before I even made my YouTube channel. I did call in their show. And I forget exactly what I said when I was listening to it. I think I was saying the same shit. I'm like, Microsoft can't rely on Halo, Gears, and Forza, bro. Like, I think they gotta do some different things. They gotta offer some different type of games. They can't just get by on the same three pillar franchises. I totally forgot that. Yeah, way back in the day when I was still rocking with Xbox, man. Like, I tuned into some of those shows and I was like, oh, I'll call in. I got something. Those are like the beginnings of like, I knew I had something to say. That was so mind blowing because I was like, what is this? And I'm like, dude, this was like months before you even made your channel. And I was like, oh, dude, that wasn't even MBG. The MBG name wasn't even thought of yet at that time. That was so crazy to see. I don't even know how people found that. That's crazy. But either way, that was a little surprise. Can I link the Sacred Symbols video? Oh, I don't know, dude. It's been years at this point. This was during like the Abandoned saga. If you go on the Sacred Symbol, it's probably locked behind their Patreon. If you go on Sacred Symbols, you could probably, I'm sure they have a search function over there, right? You could probably find it. I don't have it on me right now, and I'm currently not a patron of theirs. What's the title? Oh, geez. If I recall correctly, I think it was like, I don't know the exact title, but I think it had something to do with an upcoming PlayStation showcase. Like we were speculating or talking about what Sony could show or if they're going to do a show. But I don't have the exact title. It's my bad, Digital Dude. It's been years. But I don't know. They didn't really like me very much over there, though. No, not the Sacred Symbols crew. They were really nice. I mean, I think like the people who watch them, I don't think that they really liked me. To be fair, though, at that time, I was in full-blown blue box abandoned mode. So I probably came off as kind of crazy to people. But yeah, I don't know. People view me as people still view me as a toxic fanboy. And it's like, all right, I mean, whatever, I guess. Like, sorry, I'm not, you know, I just am who I am, man. You know, like I'm not going to sit here. I don't want to sit here and pretend to, like, I don't want to placate, you know? I'm not trying to do that. It's just, I'm a toxic pony. I'm a toxic Sony pony. Sorry, I was temporarily insane. Yeah. Most gamers on PlayStation are playing Fortnite, sports games, and Call of Duty. They make so much because they have the casual audience. And that's the thing. That's why Sony is still trying to be aggressive in live service because they're like, we want that. You know? We want that. We want those players on our live service game. Thank you, Gaming Survivor. That's very kind of you. Guys, we're probably going to be going for a little bit longer here. We're sitting at 12 members. You know, if you guys want to contribute to that, I feel bad, boss. He never got any of his treats, so I'll continue to push that till we wrap up. Or if you want to drop any more super chats, any other support. Let me go check on something. Oh yeah, by the way, So I came across this video this morning. Doom: The Dark Ages just came out, right? Uh, I came across this video. It was by a YouTuber called Mild Conviction. Never heard of him before. And this video was about Doom Eternal, and it was released 2 years ago. And it was in regards to id Software and like a major conflict with Mick Gordon, the musician, the freelance musician who did the music for Doom 2016 as well as Doom Eternal. And this video was 30 minutes long, and it basically broke down everything that occurred and all the proof and all the evidence, everything that occurred between id Software and Mick Gordon. And dude, I'm not going to lie to you. Like, I don't forget id Software, dude, man. Forget them. Like, after watching that video, it's like, bro, to be fair, it's not all of id Software. It's like, I think the director of the studio or whatever completely fucked over Mick Gordon. Like, completely was a POS to him and like practically tried to destroy his reputation and potentially his career. And I'm like, yo, I'm not even a big Mick Gordon fan in the sense that like it's not like I follow the guy or anything. But that's messed up. And I just it honestly, it's just like, it's not, I'm not going to sit here and pretend I had a ton of respect for id Software, but after seeing that and seeing the evidence and seeing the proof and seeing that Mick Gordon took like 2 years to compile everything and show them like, hey, just so you know, everything you said is a complete lie. Here's the proof. Here's the evidence. And it just reveals that like, yeah, they just basically tried to F him over. That's some dirty shit, man. I hate that stuff. That's the type of stuff that makes me just want to be like, not saying I want your game to fail because the entire studio doesn't deserve that, but it's just hard to believe that certain people get in positions of power, as like studio heads or whatever, and they do some of the it's just crazy to me. It's just crazy to me, dude. Yeah, it is individuals, and it's like, it just what is a little bit upsetting, just a little bit. It's not like, I'm not expecting people to like go crazy, but I'm not seeing anybody. Like, I watched that video. I didn't search for that video, by the way. It was recommended to me. I watched it and I was like, bro, why? Like, no, I read a comment that I think encapsulated how I felt after watching the video. And the comment said, I hate the fact that pretty much the entire Doom community pretends this didn't happen or wants to forget this happened or doesn't acknowledge it. Something along those lines. And I'm like, yeah, that's kind of like, after seeing that, dude, like, they got caught bad. Like, they got caught so bad, id Software tried to settle with Mick Gordon 3 times. And Mick Gordon did not agree to their settlements because the first settlement, no joke, was like, we will pay you a 6-figure sum if we can just basically place all the blame on you and we can keep our post up on Reddit that essentially destroyed your reputation. And he was like, no. And you got to give him credit for that, dude, because like, I think a lot of people would have taken that money, but it's just a glimpse into how a lot of these things work, where like these companies, these corporations, and the people who are in charge, man, they will stoop to levels. They will stoop to levels that are just depressing. I understand why people want to turn the other cheek and just shut out all this bad stuff. A person can go stir crazy thinking about it all the time. Yeah. Show me a company that isn't scum. I'll be honest, man, like this is why I try so hard to this is why I am the way I am, where it's like I don't want ties in any capacity with any corporation. And it's why it felt like such a big deal for me to like start taking a couple review codes and testing the waters, and why I'm probably done with it, because it's just like, yeah, dude, it I want to be in my own space where if anything's tainted around me, it's from me. It's my doing, and I can recognize that and potentially undo it or deal with it. I don't want to deal with I don't want to deal with corporations and companies. I really, really don't. Now, maybe one day I'll have no choice, but that's why I always tell you guys how I very much appreciate the support you show, because you guys who support the channel make it so that I don't have to turn this into something I frankly don't want it to be. But for a lot of people and for a lot of channels and for a lot of places, they have no choice. I'm very grateful to have that choice. And that's what pisses me off about these companies sometimes, man, is that they try to leverage their power against people. They really do. And it's just like, I hate you, bro. Like, why? Like, why? But that's just the way of the world, right? That just gets into human nature at that point. I know. Well, Meet the Cheater. That's the thing. I do cover Sony for a living. What I can tell you is I'm not a Sony investor. Um, I do not have any ties with Sony other than I cover them from the perspective of a fan and an armchair analyst, like, so that's why I don't I just don't like, I don't know, man, like, you you think about the fact that, and I caught this when Skill Up said it. I'm like, okay, I can respect that. But it's like, hey, you're invited to come play Death Stranding 2 for 4 days in Japan, and we'll pay for everything. We'll take care. It's like a vacation, and you just get to play a game early. Now, no, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. And Skill Up said that he went out of his way to pay for it all himself, which I think is actually very honorable. Because I think, like, I wouldn't do that. If I was gonna go, I wouldn't do that. I'd be like, I'm not paying for that, bro. You're paying for it. You know what I mean? Like, so there's like integrity there. But I don't know, man. Like, I can't deny that, like, is there really a person walking the planet? Maybe there is, but I need to ask, like, is there a person walking on planet Earth that would be invited to play a game like Death Stranding 2 4 days early, and then after that 4 days, they get home, they get the ability to make content early, and be like, let me tell you why this game absolutely sucks. I'll tell you what, those people are out there. Those people probably don't have success. If they do have successful YouTube channels, or if they're successful on the internet, they're probably not involved on any level. You've seen streamers do that? Wow, that's, I mean, you got to have some leverage though, right? That's so funny. This is probably why Sony didn't invite any like big streamers out. They do. That's funny. That's good though. That is good, right? Because we need, like, I'm not saying Death Stranding sucks. I'm just saying, like, I think it's interesting where it's like you get like this kind of special. I remember when Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain came out, Konami did this for reviewers. They gave reviewers, they like an all expense paid, like 5-star hotels and shit, play the game as long as you want to review it. And they really like did it up, and people were like questioning, like, is this game getting, like, did they wine and dine them? Is this why this game? Now, luckily, the game was amazing, and I don't think it was I think the score that MGS5 got, I think was, yeah, appropriate because that game was amazing. But there was that question of like, what's going on here? You know? I also saw something recently. Man, I I want so badly to bring this clip up. But are they saying it sucks just to say it, or does it actually suck? Because those are two different things. Exactly. This is why at the end of the day, man, this is why I always tell people, like, just go with your gut. I'm not saying you'll never be burned. But what I am saying is if you are burned, you know, it's on you and you learn something, right? I feel like what this bleeds into is I came across this video that I watched, and it was a really, really, really great video. In fact, let me give a shout out to this YouTuber because I randomly came across it and I was like, this is so good. Hold on. What's the name of the channel? The name of the channel is called I Finished a Video Game. They only have 26 videos on their channel. And I was never from, they have like 200,000 subscribers. But this video is 2 hours and 8 minutes long, and it's titled The Absurd History of Bad Video Games. And it's so well done. I need to find this section of the video where it talks about. Here we go. I want to bring this up and I want to react to it. Now, hopefully this person's okay with me doing this. I am providing a commentary over it. But this really kind of stuck with me a little bit. Let me hold on, let me move my stuff around. I'm doing this kind of on the fly. Because I was actually quite surprised when I saw this. Hold on. Just give me one sec. Come on, man. Why isn't it showing up? I swear, there's always some kind of BS with this friggin'. It talked about game reviews and basically how a while ago it was seemingly like low-key confirmed that game reviews from most outlets are indirectly paid for. And it was basically like asking the question, like, why do we even pay attention to game reviews knowing this? So hold on, I'll bring it up now. Now, I will let you know, may have to end up cutting this section of the stream out when it's all done because I don't know what kind of music they play. But I want to check this out with you.
Now, before we get into the home straight, we've got another oddity to address, and that is the role that critics play in how we think about bad video games. We might not necessarily like it, but taste making is a huge part of how the video game industry works, and unlike other popular mediums, games live and die based on their review scores. It means that we often put a lot of weight behind the words of critics, and even in this video, which was produced by someone who prides themselves on coming to their own conclusions, we've used review scores constantly as...
Shit, hold on. I'm going to have to replay that. I didn't realize the volume was so low. My bad, guys. Hold on. Let me run it back a little bit.
Now, before we get into the home straight, we've got another oddity to address, and that is the role that critics play in how we think about bad video games. We might not necessarily like it, but taste making is a huge part of how the video game industry works, and unlike other popular mediums, games live and die based on their review scores. It means that we often put a lot of weight behind the words of critics, and even in this video, which was produced by someone who prides themselves on coming to their own conclusions, we've used review scores constantly as evidence of a game's positive or poor quality. But do we ever stop to actually think about this influence? Can we really trust critics to sort the bad from the good? And are there bad games whose reputations are born from reviews rather than reality? We'll start with that first point, as while I'd love to say that...
Hold on. Is the audio still low? Diego, you're saying the audio is low. Guys, are you having trouble with the audio? Okay, Diego, it might be on your end now at this point, man. Oh my God, I didn't realize that was Greg Miller. Holy shit. What? Wow.
that the world of video game journalism is a bastion of honesty and integrity, there is a certain episode surrounding a certain review of a certain bad game that throws a lot of it into question. The game is Kane and Lynch Dead Men, a totally unremarkable game that released in 2007 and inadvertently revealed quite how corrupt the review ecosystem had become. You see, Kane and Lynch had been developed by IO Interactive, a very talented Danish studio that was responsible for the Hitman series, but who had been tasked by their parent company, Eidos Montreal, with producing something more commercially successful. So they settled on a third-person shooter that heavily revolved around online co-op and really lent into its M rating. Now, there's nothing wrong with these ideas, but IO were only given 10 months to work with, and this meant that lots of corners had to be cut and big portions of the game had to be outsourced to smaller studios in Shanghai, who weren't able to match IO's typical output. The result was a very sloppy game. The graphics were unpolished and ugly, the shooting was loose and repetitive, its level design was extremely generic and based around cookie-cutter ideas, and to cap it all off, the whole game was only 4 hours long.
You loved Kane
While
and
the
Lynch?
narrative of two amoral killers on the run from cop and criminal alike was kind of interesting, the actual video game underneath was dreadful. And yet, from a look at Kane and Lynch's reviews, and you'd think this was a pretty average shooter, maybe even a good one. Only 2 outlets went against the grain. A 3 out of 10 from Anthony Birch at Destructoid, who raked the game for its awful controls and unpolished presentation, and a 6 out of 10 from Jeff Gerstmann at GameSpot, who described it as an ugly, ugly game. Now, while the assessment from Destructoid was far more negative, it was the GameSpot review that grabbed all the headlines. As soon after it was published, Jeff Gerstmann was fired as GameSpot editorial director, with rumours flying that it had been for this review. Well, years passed and there was no official confirmation until 2012, when Gerstmann's NDA expired and he revealed what had actually happened. As it turns out, Eidos Montreal had been livid after seeing his review, as they had paid GameSpot a huge amount of money to run an exclusive Kane and Lynch ad campaign on the website, and had threatened to pull all future revenue unless something was done. It was too late to retract the review, so instead, GameSpot's leadership decided to fire Gerstmann, with them telling him that they couldn't trust him in his role, an obvious lie, as they were simply choosing money over integrity. Now, as if that revelation wasn't bad enough, Gerstmann also explained how this wasn't an isolated incident, and that the practice of publishers pressuring websites over bad reviews was actually fairly common. Apparently it had been happening as far back as he could remember, but editorial teams had always traditionally been protected, or at least they were, until the amounts of money involved in reviewing games started growing very large. Now, while this incident really damaged GameSpot's reputation, incredibly, it didn't really impact the wider review industry, despite it basically confirming that the entire system was crooked. If this was happening at GameSpot, who is to say it wasn't also happening at IGN or Game Trailers, or in any number of struggling magazines? How could we believe that review scores were actually accurate if bribery and editorial pressure was standard practice for publishers when releasing a bad game? Now, that isn't to say that every review ever published is totally worthless, or that every journalist and outlet is on the take, But the Kane and Lynch episode really damaged trust in traditional corporate reviewers and helped pave the way for its replacement. You see, eventually the popularity of dedicated websites gave way to social media, and with that came the rise of a much more casual form of video game review, one that was no less influential but which came with its own set of issues. Now, rather than being paid directly with advertising campaigns, publishers could build loyalty through access, a different sort of bribery that involved giving creators early review codes, which would allow them to get out ahead of the crowd and make more money based on being first on the scene. It's not quite as sinister as the old system, as it's very easy to ignore the more blatant bad actors and find review channels that are genuinely operating with integrity, but there are other problems. You see, the online world has a tendency to operate like a game of Chinese whispers, where hard facts are often drowned out by the weight of repetition. For example, a personal gripe of mine is that you constantly see people saying that Square Enix no longer has the rights to Parasite Eve due to a conflict with the original novel's author, despite there being no evidence of this whatsoever, and the company continually doing things with the IP over in Japan. In the online world, misinformation can become fact very quickly, and this is particularly true when talking about older video games that people don't want to play for themselves. We've already touched on this a few times in this video, when talking about Bubsy 3D and the context of it.
Yo, fun fact, you see this video game right here on screen? This god-awful looking video game? Same devs who went on to make Days Gone. No joke. I couldn't fucking believe it. I could not believe it, bro.
Its development, when talking about how Daikatana gets incorrectly judged against its Nintendo 64 port. How systems like the Jaguar and CDI actually do have good games, but for me the biggest example is the hatred of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde for the NES. It was developed by a tiny studio called Advanced Communications, and when it was released in 1988, it was not particularly well known and made almost no impact with critics or players on either side of the Pacific. Really, its story begins in 2006, when James Rolfe posted a video on YouTube proclaiming it to be one of the worst games ever made. Now, as this video spawned the angry video game nerd, who soon after became a massive online celebrity, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde developed an all-new reputation as one of the worst games ever made. But the thing is, while it's not a very fun game, the nerd's original review is not really fair or accurate. For starters, James clearly bought the game from a flea market without the instruction booklet, which, much like with E.T. on the Atari, is required reading if you want to know what's actually going on. The aim of the game is to bring Dr. Jekyll through 6 levels to a church where he can marry his beloved, but you have to do this while avoiding obstacles that, if hit, will raise his stress level. If this gets too high, you'll transform into Mr. Hyde, who then battles physical representations of his internal demons in a race against time. If the auto-scrolling screen reaches where Jekyll collapsed, you'll be struck by lightning and it's game over, but if you manage to defeat enough enemies, you'll transform back and can carry on your journey. Conceptually speaking, it's actually pretty interesting for an NES game, and does a decent job of representing the 2 characters in one premise of the novel. But importantly, without the instruction booklet, all this is virtually impossible to understand. So when James complains that Jekyll can't attack or kill any of the innocent townspeople, or that Hyde randomly dies for no reason, these aren't really legitimate complaints, but they've transformed into a concrete reputation, thanks to the fact that this video is the only way that most people would have ever heard of this game. In reality, even with the instruction booklet, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde is not a particularly fun game, as your movement speed is far too slow, and it ultimately boils down to memorising the location of obstacles as Jekyll. But it really doesn't deserve its astronomically bad reputation, and highlights just how quickly opinions can snowball on the internet. So, if we can't always trust the integrity of professional critics, and YouTubers are often placing entertainment over analysis, how exactly do we guard against the bad video games of the future and past? Well, when it comes to newer games, we've got to make sure that we're engaging with a range of different reviews, and try to understand the voice behind the script. What sort of games do they usually like? Who is funding their work? Why are they making this review? I know it's tempting to just click on Metacritic and mindlessly absorb the aggregated score, but you'll get so much more out of reviews if you engage with them on this level, as you'll be able to find critics and outlets that see games in the same way that you do. Now, when it comes to older games, the solution is even simpler. Just form your own opinions and do away with taste making altogether. You might find that you genuinely enjoy the strange platforming of Bubsy 3D, or get a kick out of the zany atmosphere of Pimp My Ride. But the important thing is to find out for yourself, and not let an arbitrary number
just
dictate what is good
reference
and what is
the
bad.
Pimp My Ride official game? I wanted to play that for you guys because, man, yeah, I never knew about that, and that's crazy to me. Like, something on that level of like I've heard of, I know of Jeff Gerstmann. I didn't know that ever happened with him. And you would think something on that level would just destroy. No, I didn't know that, dude. I didn't know that, like, he was straight up fired from GameSpot for giving an honest review of what seemed to be a pretty mediocre game. And then I certainly didn't know that he went on record once his NDA was up, telling everybody that, like, yeah, this is like common practice in the industry. Like, this is kind of how it has always been. Now, I want to talk about what the video also mentioned about how it's transformed since then. And so now what publishers do is they entice YouTubers and content creators with early access to be able to, you know, to put your, and this is the important part, to get your reviews out there early to make the most amount of money by being early. So there is still, to an extent, there is still some kind of financial incentive. You know, I'm not saying that necessarily influences your review itself, but I don't know, man. This is why I think I'm just going to stick to my guns and just do it the way that I've always done it, which is I'm just going to buy my games at the same time everybody else is and talk about them at the same time everybody else is, or even later on when I eventually get to it. Want to see fake outrage? Wait till they announce Uncharted 5 with Cassie Drake, even though it was kind of set up in Uncharted 4. Oh, man. I hate Uncharted now. Sell your soul, MBG. Become a corpo influencer, like all the Xbox guys on YouTube. I don't know. I got a game sponsorship offer today. No joke. And I might take it. I don't know. I'll see how the month goes. But straight up, I'm being offered a sponsorship opportunity for a game that is going to be releasing on PlayStation. And well, I don't want to say anything because, you know, I don't want to, like, if I do decide, I'm probably not going to take it. I'm letting you know. But if for some reason I decide to, I don't want to, like, preemptively break NDA or some shit. It's not like, I will say it's not like a big AAA game or anything like that. But it's one of these things where it's like it would be a straight up sponsorship, you know? And I don't know, man. I just the prospect of, like, more money, I could always use more money, you know? Who can't use more money? But at the same time, it's like I don't know, man. This is why I've always wanted my channel to just be able to thrive or survive, hopefully thrive, but survive off of, um, you know, people supporting the channel and me not having to rely on anything else. Like, it's bad enough, dude. Like, YouTube's ad revenue is just fucked. I'll be honest, bro. Like, I don't know if you guys noticed. I had a video. Thanks, digital dude. I had a video that I put out the other day, and it got almost 30,000 views, which is a lot more than I normally get these days. That's almost like triple in some instances what I normally get. And it got great watch time, got a lot of subs, a lot of likes, a lot of engagement, highly engaged video. And when I saw the amount of money that video made afterwards, I was like, "Oh my god, how is that possible?" Like that's what's crazy. Like I was just like, dude, like if this was 3 years ago, this would have made easily double what it just made. So I don't know if that's like advertisers aren't like if advertisers are leaving, you know? You can also decline the early access code. Yeah, you can. Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to take any review codes or early access or anything. And I don't know if I'm going to anymore. I don't know. I don't want to like completely cut it off cuz I'm not going to lie, if there's a game like I'm dying to play, it would probably be too tempting for me not to, but I don't know, man. Like this is what I mean where it's like I don't want to I've always had like some rules on my channel. I'm allergic to opportunities. Well, because things get corrupted, man. That's yeah, and you know, I know it's we blame people and we hold people accountable as we should, but it's just people are people, man. And the longer you exist in a space where you can potentially be corrupted, you can be tainted or whatever, like it does happen a lot. And a lot of times unfortunately people don't even realize it's happened, you know? And I see what's going on today in a lot of different areas, not just the gaming landscape, but in the gaming landscape, I see it happening and it's like getting worse where it's like I'm not, it feels like a line is being drawn in the sand, man. And obviously, I have a family. I need to take care of myself. I need to take care of my family. I'll do what I got to do, but it's just like I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I have certain. I don't want to like. I don't make it sound like they're principles. Like I'm better than you. It's not even like that. It's just like I just think a lot of what goes on in the world and people that are involved in what goes on in the world. I'm going to be honest. I think like most of it is bullshit. So much of it is bullshit. And I don't know. Maybe humans are just bored, bro. We're just bored. You're in the wrong business. Being online and not expecting corruption is crazy. Well, this is why I'm trying to I'm trying to balance out I'm trying to be I feel like sometimes I'm trying to play two roles at one time where it's like I want to be receptive and understanding that like part of what I do here means I'm going to encounter a lot of people with differing opinions. And I want to be open to that. I don't want an echo chamber. I really do, trust me. If I really wanted to just get to like an easier level of like comfortable success, I could create a very people think this is an echo chamber like bro, trust me. I've allowed certain things to persist in the name of like I'm not trying to stomp out any opposition, you know. If I really wanted to, I could turn this into something that would probably have an easier time creating really, really intense, almost like cultish like thing. And I'm not trying to, I don't like that shit, man. I'm also not trying to come out here. There are a lot of people where it's like, it's about entertainment. And it's like, that's great, man. A lot of what people do on the internet is for entertainment value. To me, that's not, if that's the only way I can make it, I don't want to make it because it's like that's not what interests me. Like I'm not trying to be an entertainer. We sometimes we can, get a little bit silly with it and that's fine. But my whole thing is like I'm passionate about discussing video games in the video game industry and I want to engage in that with other people who I know, and I know this cuz you're here right now, but they've been here and they keep finding their way here. And they leave and they come back, and it's natural. It's just it flows. But there's thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people who feel the same way. They want to have those same conversations, and like that's what matters to me. And I won't lie, like part of the temptation for like review codes and stuff is like it does feel kind of cool, like, oh shit, I must have really made it. Like I can play games early. But then but it's like, after the first couple times, it's like, all right, well, now I just feel like I have to kind of like rush. Like I don't have to do anything, but it's like I think I would have just preferred to buy the game on my own and just play it at my own pace and not give a shit about signing NDAs or whatever. How old was I when GTA 5 came out? I think I was like 18, 19, somewhere around there. What was it? Was it 2012 or 2013? No, 2011. I think I was 18, 2011, 19. I was either 19 or 20, I think. I think I was 20 years old. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Fuck. Now I don't know. Um hold on. No, that doesn't make sense at all. It's 2025. I'm 31. 2015, I was 21. 14, 20. No, wait, I am fucking right. You know what? Stop making me do math right now, digital dude. Stop making me figure out my own age. Anyway, I don't know. I thought that reacting to that section was really, really interesting because, yeah, dude. Sorry, boss. It just goes to show, like, you can't really math defeats MBG again. Yeah, not the first time. You can't really fully trust any review. You can't. And I'm not saying that means that's because everybody's corrupt. It's not that. It's just like no review will ever, in my opinion, outweigh your intuition. And if a review ever outweighs your intuition, unless we're talking about a broken game, like this is why I think the situation with Cyberpunk was so bad because so many of the reviews that came out from certain people, you would have thought like, oh my God, this is game of the generation. And it was like one of the biggest broken messes that ever launched. So it's stuff like that, you don't even trust yourself, Garrett, but you can learn, right? You can learn. If you have an intuition that this is going to be amazing and it's like a hot pile of garbage, then you learn like, okay, well, the next game that I see that I think is going to be amazing, maybe I got to be prepared that it might be a hot pile of garbage, vice versa. Devil Shooter, are you still here, man? Trying to figure out if Devil Shooter's here or not. You are here, okay. Devil Shooter, executive order today, bro. No timestamps on this stream. Okay? Doing a little experiment. No timestamps on this stream. I'm saying this now so people don't blame you. People were starting to like blame you or something, being like, "Where'd he go? It's not him." I'm gonna experiment with something. That's all. He's like, "Damn, finally a day off." Can I get an executive order to ban everyone in the chat? No. Gaming Survivor. Wait, Devil Shooter, were you doing timestamps this whole time? Were you tracking, like, if you were already tracking them this whole time, that might change my opinion. You were, okay. All right. Damn. Now he has no choice. You're always doing them? Shit. I guess that makes sense. You get them up pretty quick. Alien says, I'll speak freely. Thanks. That's what she said. All right. Well, America. All right, well, Devil Shooter, if you're okay with it, just hold off on them for now. But guys, this is where we're gonna wrap up the stream. Definitely went longer than I expected. I was not expecting to do a 4-hour stream today. I really do appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Oh, and another thing too, Devil Shooter, it's probably because I anytime I react to something now on stream, I'm prepared for copyright claims, and I've been working very hard on my channel to remove all of the copyright claims and clean up my channel. So I'm going to be on the lookout for that too. But yeah, I want to thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I hope you enjoyed the stream and the conversation. And I want to give a big thank you and a shout out to everybody who dropped any support. You know, if you dropped any memberships, any super chats, any direct donations, thank you guys so much. I can only do this because you make it possible. Literally, you know, you're the sponsors of the channel. You're the support that the channel needs. So thank you so much for that. How much money would it take for me to show up at your nephew's birthday party? Kind of like how someone hires a Batman cosplayer. I don't know, digital dude. I don't know about that one, man. Like you want me to show up as Batman, or you just want me to show up as MBG? Like I paid for MBG to be here. Just as myself. Okay. Well, lots of money, digital dude. Lots of money. There's gonna be a high price for that. With showing up with no hat, that's gonna be a premium, bro. All right, guys. That does it. Just hit the like button on your way out. Please enjoy the rest of your day. And oh, I do gotta let you know there will not be a stream tomorrow either. Um, there's got a lot going on tomorrow, so no stream tomorrow. But we hopefully will be back here on Friday. So that does it, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much, and I will catch you in the next one. So till then, take care, everyone. Yeah, Devil Shooter, not today. We'll hold off on them for today. Hopefully you understand. I appreciate it. Sorry I didn't say something sooner, man. But all right, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'll catch you in the next one.